Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into why Alfarius never betrayed the Emperor. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
Terror did not shine. It endured. The throne world hung in the void like a reliquary skull, swaddled in defense fleets, prayer smoke, orbital debris, and the dying light of a sun that had watched mankind crawl from mud to empire and then to madness. Around it turned the iron halos of the Sol system, fortress moons, weapons platforms, mine belts, pilgrim hulks, shrine satellites, void docks, armored basilicas, and the chained carcasses of dead ships too sacred or too useful to be allowed final rest. Every orbit was guarded. Every approach was watched. Every silence was interrogated. Glory had no place there. Glory belonged to fools who had never smelled the inside of an orbital defense platform after its life support failed and the corpse servitors continued their duty for 9 years. Interrogator militant Kael Voss had smelled it. He stood beneath the command pulpit of Bastion Halo Lethes, helm mag locked beneath one arm, rebreather seals tight against his cheeks, and watched a row of corpse servitors twitch in their Auspex thrones. They had once been men, perhaps soldiers, perhaps criminals, perhaps saints, if the administratum had misplaced the proper stamp. Now their bodies were bolted into bronze-framed stations, spines threaded with cable bundles, skulls opened and filled with sensor needles. Their eyes had been removed. In their place, clusters of green glass lenses dilated and contracted with insectile wetness. The lenses turned toward him as he passed. Voss did not look away. He wore black carapace beneath a long storm coat, stiffened with flak mesh and sanctified fiber. The rosette of his master hung at his throat, hidden beneath a strip of iron prayer parchment, because there were places in the Imperium where an inquisitorial symbol opened doors, and places where it only told the enemy which throat to cut first. A bolt pistol rested at his hip. A chain blade hung low at the other side, its teeth newly blessed and newly sharpened. His right gauntlet carried a compact Auspex unit. Its screen hissed with static and crawling green runes. Above him, the astropathic choir began screaming again. The sound came through stone, plasteel, and sacred lead. It came through the bones of the platform like a drill through wet marrow. The choir chambers were 3 decks above, sealed behind hexagrammic doors and guarded by Sisters of Silence in old records, though no such guardians remained now. Voss had seen the choir on arrival. 12 astropaths in rusted restraint cradles, skin wax pale, mouths sewn open with silver thread, blind eyes leaking blood onto parchment bibs already heavy with old stains. Each wore a halo of copper needles around the skull, feeding their pain into machines whose machine spirits had not been sane since before Voss was born. Their warning had been the same for 6 days. A hydra coils beneath the throne. No coordinates, no names, no image that remained stable long enough for transcription. Just that phrase, vomited into Vox, scratched into their own palms, whispered backward by sleeping adepts, and finally spat across the astropathic relay in a burst of encrypted pre-imperial cadence that killed 3 Lex mechanics during translation. A hydra coils beneath the throne. Voss had come down from the platform within the hour. His kill cell descended into the shrine hive of St. Caspal through a storm of ash and devotional static. The hive rose from the northern wastes of terror like a continent of black iron nailed over older wounds. Its spires were crowded with chapels, reliquary chimneys, habstacks, manufactorum towers, funeral vaults, and pilgrim causeways where the faithful died in lines that moved slower than rust. Every surface bore scripture. Every arch had skulls set into it. Every gate was watched by gun servitors whose target logs had more names than most planets had citizens. The lower levels belonged to rot. There the incense failed. There the hymns became echoes. There the Emperor's face, stamped in brass and stone 1 billion times, looked down through soot at men who had forgotten how to pray, except as reflex. Beneath the shrine vaults, beneath the manufactorum chapels, beneath the ossuary markets where bones were traded by weight and sanctity, Voss found the first sign, a corpse nailed to a pressure door by its own ribs. It had been a cultist, male, adult. The brands were there, carved into the chest and shoulders in spirals of warped geometry. The skin had been peeled from the left side of the face and folded back with almost surgical care. Not torture, display. The tongue was gone. In its place, stuffed deep into the mouth until the jaw had cracked open, was a scroll of vellum covered in corrupted High Gothic. Tempester Malrek Krail spat on the floor grate. "Throne curse this filth," he said. His voice came through the grill of his rebreather, flat and metallic. "Permission to burn the remains." "Denied," Voss said. Krail turned his hellgun downward, its barrel still smoking from the last servo skull they had shot out of the dark. He was a broad man in stormtrooper plate, his visor painted with a white vertical oath mark. Behind him waited 8 inquisitorial stormtroopers in matte black armor, their hellguns held tight across their chests. They moved well, quietly, not like hive enforcers, not like guard. They were men selected, broken, rebuilt with discipline, and told that fear was a form of disobedience. Voss stepped closer to the corpse. The smell was old blood, hot metal, and something sweet that made his teeth ache. "Aquila reversed," he said. "Catechisms inverted, lines from the Creed of St. Caspal, but the subject changed." "To what?" Krail asked. Voss pulled the scroll free with forceps. Wet meat clung to the parchment. "To silence." They found more bodies beyond the pressure door. The chamber had once been a manufactorum chapel, built for the machine workers to praise the Emperor between shifts. A statue of the Master of Mankind stood at the far end, armored, crowned, one hand raised in judgment. The statue had been defaced, not by vandals, not by the common madmen of the Underhive. The work had been careful. The Aquila had been scraped from the breastplate. The face had been left untouched. That was the detail that made Voss uneasy. Chaos defiled. Chaos screamed its hatred in symbols, fluids, and fire. It mocked holiness because it could not endure the concept unspoiled. Yet here, the Emperor's face remained. Soot blackened it. Blood had dried across the lips, but the eyes of stone still looked out over the dead. The cultists lay arranged across the chapel floor in the shape of a hydra. 3 heads, coiling body, scaled loops made from limbs, torsos, and opened bellies. Every tongue had been removed. Every mouth held a scroll. The corpses had been slit with blades clean enough to leave no ragged edges, then burned from within by chemical charges placed under the sternum. The smell of cooked organs filled the chapel. Fat had run into the grooves between metal floor plates and congealed in yellow-grey ropes. Flies crawled over eye sockets and burst when they touched the ward dust scattered around the perimeter. Krail made the sign of the Aquila. Voss did not. At the heart of the Hydra pattern, where the 3 necks met, demon script had been burned into the floor and then burned again by something hotter. The metal had bubbled. Black glass rhymed the wounds. Whatever words had been there were gone, destroyed past recovery, except for one message. It was etched into the altar in a cipher so old that Voss's Auspex refused to identify it at first. He had to remove his glove and press his thumb to the rune scanner, granting it access to sealed inquisitorial lexicons. The device clicked, whined, and bled a drop of oil from its side vent. Pre-heresy legionary cipher. 20th Legion variant. Authenticity uncertain. The translation appeared 1 character at a time. We remain. No one spoke for several breaths. Then the Vox screamed. It was not a human scream. It was the channel itself, shrieking as hostile code poured into the kill cell's communication net. Krail snapped orders, but the words came out of 3 Vox grills half a second apart, repeated, reversed, layered with laughter that sounded like glass breaking inside a skull. "Contact," one stormtrooper barked. The chapel doors slammed shut. The shadows beneath the manufactorum choir loft opened, and men came out of them with guns. Cultists of the Changer. Not the starving dregs of hive heresy, but prepared killers in flayed blue robes, brass masks, and armor plates painted with eyes. Autoguns, stubbers, shot cannons, stolen hell pistols. One carried a rotary cannon mounted into his own shoulder, feed belt stitched through the meat of his back. Another had no face, only a cluster of wet fingers growing from the throat, each fingertip tipped with a blinking eye. They opened fire. The first stormtrooper died with his visor punched inward by heavy rounds that pulped his face and sprayed the inside of his helm across the rear plate. He folded without a cry. The man beside him fired back, hellgun beams stabbing red through incense murk, cutting robes, cauterizing flesh, punching holes through masks and skulls. A cultist spun apart at the waist when Krail's plasma pistol struck him full in the gut. His upper body hit the altar steps, arms still clawing, intestines uncoiling behind him like obscene prayer ribbons. Voss drew his bolt pistol. The weapon bucked in his hand, each shot a thunderclap in the enclosed chapel. A mass reactive shell struck a charging cultist in the sternum. For a fraction of a breath, the man kept running, mouth open in triumph. Then the shell detonated. His chest blew outward, ribs becoming red shrapnel, lungs bursting across the floor in steaming pieces. Another bolt took a brass-masked preacher through the hip and tore him sideways into 3 screaming fragments. The enemy did not break. They came howling praise to the architect of fate, voices rising in broken harmonies that made the chapel lights flicker. Blue fire crawled along the walls. Icons wept blood. The defaced statue of the Emperor shuddered, as if resisting a pressure that no mortal eye could see. "Forward," Krail voxed. "By squads, cleanse and advance." His men obeyed. They moved in tight formation, firing as they stepped over corpses. Las beams and hellgun shots cut the incense into red slashes. Autocannon fire answered from the choir loft, and the world became impact and meat. A stormtrooper's left arm vanished at the shoulder, armor and bone atomized in a burst of blood mist. Another was hit in the abdomen and thrown backward, his carapace split open, organs slapping wetly across the floor. He tried to rise. His boots slipped in himself. "Medic," he gasped. There was no medic left. Voss saw the prophecy engine then. It hung behind the altar, hidden beneath a curtain of human skin. A sphere of brass, bone, and blue glass, turning without support, fed by cables that ran into the skulls of 3 bound psychers. Their bodies were ruined things, torsos opened, rib cages spread like devotional wings, hearts still beating under transparent membranes. Warp light pulsed inside the sphere. Images flickered within it. Terror burning. The palace drowned in dust. A hydra wrapped around a golden throne. A man in green armor standing where no man should stand. "Destroy it," Voss ordered. Krail was already moving. Then his Vox spoke in Voss's voice. "Cease fire. The interrogator commands restraint." 2 stormtroopers hesitated. The cultists did not. A volley tore through the formation. One man lost his helm and most of his head. Another fired at his own squadmate, his visor display feeding him false targeting runes. The chapel collapsed into confusion. Vox channels filled with counterfeit orders, prayers, screams, and coordinates that led nowhere. Krail shouted over the noise, but every word he spoke came back twisted into contradiction. Voss felt the trap close. Not the cult's trap. Something cleaner. The first cultist in the choir loft died without sound. One moment he was firing. The next, the back of his skull opened and emptied itself down the wall. A second folded as a round punched through his neck and released a black flood of arterial spray. A third clutched at his throat, convulsing as venom turned the veins beneath his skin dark as ink. Shapes moved through the smoke. Astartes. They wore armor the color of deep sea shadow, scaled in green and blue where the light touched it. Hydra markings coiled across their pauldrons. Their helms were expressionless. Their bolters made little noise, no roaring thunder, only thick, suppressed coughs that ended lives with obscene efficiency. Cultists died in rows, not from rage, not from fury, from placement, each shot chosen, each step measured. One of the giants walked through autocannon fire as if through rain. Rounds sparked from his pauldron and breastplate. He raised a compact bolter and fired once. The rotary cannon cultist burst backward, his weapon still turning, shredding the men behind him as he died. "Alpha Legion," Krail snarled. "Hold fire," Voss snapped. Too late. One of the stormtroopers saw Hydra markings and obeyed his training. He fired. His Hellgun beam scored across an Astartes breastplate, doing little more than blackening ceramite. The Space Marine turned. The stormtrooper's head vanished in a muted bolt detonation. Krail raised his plasma pistol. Voss struck his wrist aside, just as the weapon discharged, sending blue-white fire into the chapel ceiling. Stone and iron rained down. "Stand down," Voss said. "They are traitors. So are the dead men at our feet. Prioritize." The Alpha Legion did not acknowledge them. They moved through the remaining cultists with impossible calm. One drew a power blade and cut a sorcerer from shoulder to groin, the field hissing as it parted flesh, bone, and soul-warded charms. Another cast a grenade beneath the prophecy engine. The blast was not loud. It swallowed sound. The brass sphere buckled inward, then unfolded like a dying flower, vomiting blue fire and fragments of screaming glass. The bound psychers died at last. The chapel exhaled. Silence came in pieces. First the gunfire ended, then the screaming, then the Vox interference, fading into a soft hiss like rain on tomb glass. Voss stood amid ruin, bolt pistol raised but not aimed. The floor was no longer metal in any meaningful sense. It was blood, bone powder, ash, promethium residue, machine oil, and crushed parchment stirred into a paste by armored boots. The statue of the Emperor still stood. Its stone face watched everything, judged nothing aloud. One Alpha Legionary approached him. He was taller than the others by a little, not enough to be certain. His armor bore no rank mark, no trophy, no mutation, no devotional filth. He carried his bolter low, muzzle angled toward the floor, though Voss did not mistake that for peace. "Identify yourself," Voss said. The helm turned toward him. "I am Alfarius. That should be sufficient. It never is." Krail laughed once, bitter and disbelieving. The Alpha Legionary ignored him. Voss felt the old fear then. Not panic, not the animal terror of the battlefield. Something colder. The fear of standing before a locked door and realizing it had been built inside his own skull. "Why destroy the cult?" Voss asked. "Because it was useful." "To whom?" "To the wrong master." "Which master is the right one?" The Alpha Legionary said nothing. Movement flickered beyond the altar. A boy crawled from beneath a collapsed lectern, no older than a junior scribe, his grey robe soaked in blood that was not all his own. He clutched a sealed astropathic data cylinder to his chest. His eyes were wide, uncomprehending, his lips moving around a prayer too quiet to hear. 3 surviving stormtroopers saw him. So did the Alpha Legionary. For a heartbeat, the chapel held its breath. The Astartes stepped aside. "Run," he said. The boy ran, bare feet slapping through gore, data cylinder locked against his ribs. He vanished through a side arch choked with smoke. The 3 stormtroopers turned after him, witnesses to mercy from a traitor's hand. The Alpha Legionary killed them before they took another breath. 3 suppressed shots, 3 bodies. One fell forward with his spine blown out through his chest. One dropped to his knees, helm filling with blood. The last hit the wall hard enough to crack the stone. His breastplate opened like a butchered shell. Krail roared and lunged. Voss caught him by the shoulder strap with both hands. "Do not!" The Alpha Legionary looked at them both. Voss could not see his eyes through the lenses, but he felt the weight of that gaze. It was not hatred. Hatred would have been easier. It was assessment. "You spared the boy," Voss said. "He carried what must leave. You killed my men. They saw what must not. They served the throne. So do many corpses." Krail strained against Voss's grip, shaking with rage. "I will see you burned for that." "No," said the Alpha Legionary. "You will not." Smoke thickened. Not natural smoke. Chaff, chemical fog, sensor blind and Auspex poison. The Alpha Legionaries began to fade into it, their armor breaking into fragments of shadow and false returns. Voss's Auspex shrieked contradictory readings. One giant became 6. 6 became none. "Answer me," Voss called. "Are you loyal?" The Alpha Legionary paused at the edge of sight. To what? Then he was gone. Voss found the data slate in the ashes beneath the ruined prophecy engine. It should have melted. Everything around it had. Brass had run like wax. Bone had blackened. The Psyker cradles were slag. Yet the slate remained cool when he lifted it, its surface marked with a hydra so faint he only saw it when blood smeared across the casing. Krail stood over him, breathing hard. "Interrogator," he said. "We need extraction, reinforcement, orbital quarantine." Voss wiped the slate with his thumb. Its screen came alive. The image was old, damaged, and impossible. A chamber of black stone. Figures not human watching from behind veils of alien light. A tall warrior in scaled armor standing amid them, bareheaded, pale, unreadable, too perfect and too terrible to be anything born of mortal lineage. At his feet knelt an emissary thing with too many joints and eyes like dead stars. The creature's mouth was open in appeal or warning. The warrior held a spear above it. Text crawled beneath the image in cipher, older than the Imperium's lies. External control rejected. Cabal directive severed. The Emperor's war remains sovereign. Krail stared at the image. "Who is that?" Voss knew the answer before the slate finished decrypting. He knew it as the astropathic choir began screaming again somewhere far above, their voices raining down through the bones of Terra's forgotten underworld. The slate displayed one final word: Omegon. Before the banners, there were knives. Before remembrances gilded compliance in ink and song, before crusade fleets dragged conquered suns into imperial cartographs, before the Legiones Astartes were sculpted into myths for lesser men to kneel before, there had been wars that left no statues. There had been worlds brought to heel without a single proclamation of victory. There had been kings who murdered their own heirs at the urging of ghosts, generals who surrendered after receiving orders from commanders already dead, astropathic choirs that sang false dawns into loyal ears, and fortress gates opened from within by men who had never known when they had ceased to be themselves. The Imperium called such things necessity when it knew of them. Most often, it knew nothing. That was preferable. Omegon stood among his sons and listened to his twin speak. The strategium of the battle barge was dark by choice, not failure. The lumen strips were dimmed to a corpse blue glow. Hololithic projections rose from the central dais, rendering the target world in rotating layers of light. Oceans the color of bruised steel, mountain chains marked in threat amber, hive clusters outlined in red, orbital docks flickering beneath runes of probable interception. Around the projection stood the commanders of the 20th Legion, helmed and unhelmed, still as execution statues in armor of sea green and midnight scale. Hydra sigils caught the half-light when they moved. They rarely moved. Alfarius stood at the head of the chamber. He wore no crown. He needed none. His authority was not announced by ornament. It was present in silence, in the way every helm turned toward him, in the way every warrior felt himself watched, even when the Primarch's eyes were elsewhere. He spoke softly. He always did, when the chamber wished him to thunder. "The enemy expects the spear," Alfarius said. "They have seen the compliance records of the 1st, the 7th, the 13th, the 16th. They have studied transcribed assault patterns, orbital dominance, decapitation strike, drop site saturation, armor thrust, capitulation sermon. They have prepared themselves to endure the shape of imperial war." A few of the captains gave low clicks of acknowledgement across the closed vox. No one interrupted. Alfarius lifted one gauntleted hand. The hololith shifted. Supply vaults brightened. Reservoirs, vox exchanges, ecclesiarchal analogues, planetary senates, guard barracks, hidden munition halls, gene clinics, water arteries. The map ceased to be a world and became a body. The body had veins. The veins could be cut. "We will not give them imperial war." Omegon watched from the 3rd rank. He wore the armor of a line legionary. His helm was sealed. His height was diminished by posture, by placement, by the subtle lies of modified plate. Around him stood warriors who carried his blood in their veins, his gene wrought into their bones. His reflexes echoed in lesser measure through engineered muscle and disciplined murder. To an outsider, he was one more Alpha Legionary, among many. To his sons, he was less and more than that. Some knew, most suspected. A few had been ordered to believe that the suspicion was itself a test. That too was preferable. Alfarius was the face. Omegon was the absence. The galaxy understood faces. It made myths of them. It aimed guns at them. It placed hopes upon them, hatred upon them, blame upon them. A face drew fire. A face gave enemies something to fear, something to pursue, something to misread. Alfarius stood beneath scrutiny and made scrutiny useless. Omegon stood where no one looked and altered the battle before the battle admitted it had begun. One soul, 2 bodies. That was the simplest lie. The truth was less clean. There were moments when Omegon heard his brother's thoughts before his brother spoke. There were moments when Alfarius looked across a chamber and answered questions Omegon had not yet shaped into words. There were memories they shared without having lived them together, instincts that crossed distance like ghost signals through the warp. They were divided, yet not separate. Separate, yet never alone. It would have comforted a human mind to name that bond sacred. Omegon did not seek comfort in names. The target world turned within the hololithic gloom. Its designation had been altered 3 times in imperial records before the fleet arrived. To its inhabitants, it was Lerna Secundus, cradle of 9 ruling houses, fortress of 7 void elevators, armory world of the Helican marches. To the expeditionary fleet, it was non-compliant, wealthy, armed, and dangerously persuasive. 3 neighboring systems had delayed their oaths after receiving Lerna's broadcasts. 2 more had begun covert mobilization. If Lerna resisted openly, the sector would ignite. If it fell incorrectly, it would become martyrdom. The Ultramarines would have built a perfect siege. The Imperial fists would have broken the walls and made the breaking a lesson. The Lunar Wolves would have taken the palace in a day and left poets choking on the ash of victory. The Alpha Legion had arrived 6 months earlier, not the fleet. The fleet had translated into the system 4 days ago, magnificent and obvious, a blade glittering in a ruler's candlelight. But the war had already been written in smaller hands. Merchant factors with false ledgers, dock priests with altered catechisms, water guild auditors who never removed their gloves, penal legion deserters who whispered in taverns, one physician in the western equatorial hive who carried a virus that did not kill, only weakened the lining of the throat until speech became painful, one remembrancer whose verse had become fashionable among junior officers and contained cadence triggers wrapped in metaphor, 1,000 wounds, none deep, all placed. The capital will hold for 31 days if assaulted conventionally, Alfarius said. It will hold for 9 if encircled. It will hold for 6 if its orbital platforms are neutralized and its ruling houses remain unified. The projection changed again. Amber runes became black. It will hold for less than 1 day when it learns it is already dead. There was no laughter. There was no cheer. The Alpha Legion did not bark like hounds before the kill. They listened, and by listening became weapons. Omegon let his gaze travel across them. Armillus Dynat, brutal brilliance caged behind patience. Sheed Ranko, silent and exact, a blade made into a man. Harrow Masters, Centurions, Saboteur Lords, Signal Killers, false standard bearers, each one trained not merely to obey an order, but to become the condition through which an order became inevitable. Other legions taught their sons to win battles. The 20th taught its sons to author defeat. The distinction mattered. A battle was an event. Defeat was an environment. It could be prepared, cultivated, fed. It could be seeded in ration manifests and officer jealousies, in water pressure, in prayer schedules, in rumors of betrayal. In the exact hour a mother discovered her son had died because a governor's nephew redirected medici supplies to his private bunker. Defeat began long before the bolter spoke. By the time the first shell fell, the enemy should already have chosen the shape of his own grave. Omegon had taught them that, not in lectures. Lectures were for legions that believed truth improved by being shouted from a dais. He had taught them in chambers without light. The neophytes of the 20th did not learn brotherhood as other aspirants did. They learned suspicion first. Each was given a name and then stripped of it. Each was given a squad and then ordered to betray it. Each was told his instructor was loyal, then ordered to assassinate him. Some instructors died. Some killed the aspirants sent against them. Some were never instructors at all, but condemned men drugged, armored, and fed enough truth to make their terror convincing. Omegon remembered walking through the training vaults beneath the Legion's hidden muster decks. The air had smelled of sweat, copper, chemical toxins, and hot ceramite. Aspirants crawled through black water, while servo skulls whispered contradictory orders in the voices of their dead kin. Others disassembled their own armor blindfolded, then fought in it after reassembly, learning the cost of a misplaced seal when pain lanced through their bodies from pressure leaks, nerve feedback, or poison needles they had failed to find. One cohort had been dosed with a slow venom and told that only 3 antidotes existed. There had been 12 aspirants. 4 survived. One had not taken an antidote at all, but endured the venom by slowing his hearts and forcing his secondary organs to labor until blood leaked from his eyes. That one became a captain. Another cohort had endured interrogation for 9 days. Hypno-hooks, pain engines, false rescue, false execution, truth serums administered after memory edits, so the aspirants could not trust the truths they confessed. When released, they were asked their birth names. None answered correctly. Those who wept were not punished. Tears were only fluid. Attachment was the weakness. Fluid could be wiped away. They were not made cruel for cruelty's sake. Cruelty for its own sake was waste. They were made capable. Omegon had watched one neophyte, ribs broken and throat raw from screaming, crawl across a floor of powdered glass to place a knife into the hand of the instructor who had tortured him. The boy had done it because his orders had been to arm the enemy before killing him, to prove that advantage did not matter when conditions had already been written. The instructor took the knife. The boy killed him with the shard hidden under his tongue. Afterward, the boy asked if he had passed. Omegon had looked down at him and said, "You have begun." That was mercy, not kindness. Kindness was a civilian word. Mercy was accuracy. It was the removal of illusion before illusion could kill. On Lerna Secundus, illusion died thirsty. The Alpha Legion did not bombard the capital. It did not announce judgment from orbit. It did not deploy in shining ranks beneath the Aquila. It allowed the world to continue believing. Resistance remained possible. Then the water failed. Not everywhere. That would have been too obvious. First, the northern barracks received water laced with metallic sediment. Then the noble district cisterns turned cloudy. Then the manufacturing workers discovered purification shrines, locked by command codes issued from the palace itself. Within hours, rumors did what shells could not. The ruling houses blamed one another. The guilds accused the army of hoarding. The army accused the planetary senate. The senate blamed saboteurs, which was true and therefore useless. The first riot began outside a Medici depot. By the second day, the Medici tents were full. Dehydration cracked lips and split tongues. Children of the officer caste fainted in marble halls, while soldiers at the outer bastions drank coolant from armored carriers and died with their throats burned black. Men fought over condensation gathered from chapel walls. A colonel shot 3 of his own quartermasters for theft, then discovered their canteens were empty. His regiment lynched him before sunset. His body hung from a vox mast, boots turning slowly in the dry wind. Still, the fleet waited. The enemy's void shields remained active. Its guns remained loaded. Its commanders still possessed enough force to kill millions, if given a direction in which to aim. So Omegon removed direction. The primary Vox exchange began issuing orders in the voice of Marshal Iacob Thren, supreme commander of the planetary defense host. Thren had been dead for 11 days, his corpse seated at a dining table in a sealed room, while an Alpha Legion mimetic engine mapped his speech patterns from archival recordings and private sermons. His officers obeyed him,
because his orders sounded calm. His orders sounded calm because dead men did not panic. Armor columns were redirected into pilgrim avenues too narrow for their own hulls. Fuel convoys were routed through districts already burning. Anti-air batteries were commanded to hold fire as Alpha Legion dropcraft passed through their arcs under stolen transponder codes. Reserve regiments marched toward relief points that did not exist. On the 4th day, the fortress city began to eat itself. Omegon watched from a manufacturum tower across the ash plain, helm lenses dimmed, cloaks snapping in the hot wind. Below, men trampled one another beneath the treads of their own retreating carriers. A Malcador tank, crew blinded by false auspex returns, reversed through a crowd of militia until its tracks were packed with meat and cloth. The driver kept reversing long after the screams stopped. Somewhere in the Western Gate district, a ration convoy exploded when desperate soldiers fired into its Prometheum escort, turning an avenue of refugees into a corridor of burning bodies. The smell reached the tower as a greasy sweetness. Beside him, a legionary in unmarked plate awaited judgment. Casualty projections have exceeded the 3rd threshold, the warrior said. By how much? Among enemy forces, acceptable variance. Among civilians, significant. Omegon said nothing. On a cracked pict screen near his gauntlet, intercepted reports scrolled in disciplined ultramarian phrasing. Gilliman's distant criticism had arrived through formal channels, carried by officers who believed war should be legible, measurable, clean in doctrine, if not in execution. The 13th had concerns regarding 20th Legion compliance methodology. The 13th questioned whether such destabilization seeded future rebellion. The 13th requested transparency. Transparency. Omegon looked out over the dying city. A mob had reached the outer Medici tents. The Medici orderlies tried to hold them back with shock mauls and empty authority. The crowd broke through. The wounded were pulled from cots for their water rations. Men with gut wounds were stepped on until their stitches burst and their insides spread beneath boots. A surgeon was beaten to death with a canister of blessed saline. The canister split during the killing, spilling clear fluid into the dust, and the killers fell upon the mud with their mouths. The legionary waited. Omegon spoke at last. Mercy is ending a war quickly. Wisdom is ending the next 10 before they begin. The warrior inclined his head. And this is wisdom? This is arithmetic. Arithmetic screams, Lord. Yes. Omegon turned from the view. Begin the strike.
the Alpha Legion entered the capital when the defenders no longer understood what they defended. Drop pods fell without heraldry, blackened by re-entry flame, striking command nodes rather than walls. Assault squads breached from sewer arteries mapped months before. Headhunter kill teams appeared in council chambers, officer chapels, munition lifts. Bolters spoke in short, disciplined bursts, not the rolling thunder of glorious assault, the cough and crack of execution. In the palace command vault, General Halbrecht drew his saber with a hand shaking from thirst and sleep deprivation. He had commanded 9 million men at dawn. By dusk, no one answered his vox but ghosts. The doors blew inward. Alpha legionaries advanced through the smoke. The general fired a pistol until the slide locked back empty. Mass reactive rounds answered. His torso opened against the strategic table, organs slapping across a map already marked with false deployments. His adjutants died reaching for codes that had ceased to matter. One officer tried to surrender and was shot through the mouth before the word finished leaving him. Omegon walked behind the first wave, bolter mag locked to his thigh, spear collapsed across his back, helm sealed. No one cried his name. No one knew he was there. That was right. The enemy saw only Alpha Legion. The Legion saw only necessity. A planetary senator crawled from beneath a fallen banner, robes soaked in blood and spilled amasec. He clutched a treaty cylinder to his chest. "We yield," the senator rasped. "In the name of your emperor, we yield." Omegon looked down at him. "You yielded 6 months ago," he said. "You were merely waiting to understand it." The senator died, without seeing who fired. By nightfall, Lerna Secundus was compliant. By morning, the neighboring systems transmitted oaths of submission with trembling speed. There were no martyr broadcasts, no heroic last stand, no legend of resistance, only a record of administrative collapse, internal treason, and the arrival of imperial order after local failure had become undeniable. 10,000 screaming men had died in the final hours. 10 billion souls across the sector would not die in a war that never began. Omegon did not pretend the balance was clean. He did not ask his sons to love him for it. He did not love himself. A Primarch was not made for innocence. He had been wrought as a tool in the hand of a master who spoke of unity while forging weapons from stolen childhoods and engineered obedience. If the Emperor had desired clean hands, he would not have made sons. The thought came with no bitterness, only recognition. Later, aboard the battle barge, Alfarius came to him in a chamber where no sigils marked the walls and no recorders were permitted to remain alive. "They will call it excessive," Alfarius said. "They already have." Guilliman? His scribes? His mind behind them? Alfarius smiled faintly. He sees an empire as a structure. He forgets how often structures require hidden foundations. "No," Omegon said. "He remembers. He merely dislikes foundations that bleed where he cannot inspect them." For a moment, they stood in silence, mirror and shadow, presence and absence. Around them, the ship breathed through its vents. Far beyond the hull, the conquered world turned beneath the fleet, its fires becoming smaller as order descended with Lazarifals, ration chains, and compliance courts. Then the lumen strips died, not dimmed, died. The chamber became black. Omegon's hand was already on his weapon. Alfarius had moved at the same instant, not toward danger, but toward the angle from which danger wished to remain unseen. A voice spoke without using the vox. It entered the chamber as pressure, as color behind the eyes, as memory-wearing sound. Sons of the Emperor, divided soul, hidden blade, hear what must be heard. The darkness opened, not into the warp, not exactly. Omegon knew the taste of the immaterium, the copper rot of unreality pressing against the skin of the universe. This was colder, older. Alien minds touched the edges of the room, wrapped in veils of psychic geometry and dead starlight. Figures appeared where no door had opened. Tall, thin, cloaked in angles that hurt mortal sight, accompanied by smaller shapes that clicked and breathed through instruments of bone and glass. The Cabal had found them. Omegon felt Alfarius still beside him. For the first time in many years, the silence between them was not empty. It was warning. The tallest Xenos raised a hand, made of too many joints. The air split with visions. Terror burned. Not as Lerna had burned, not in riots and thirst, but beneath skies blackened by fleets beyond counting. The Imperial Palace drowned in fire. Titans died on walls made from the labor of ages. Legions butchered legions. Sons knelt to gods that should not exist. A golden giant sat screaming without sound upon a throne of life and death. The galaxy rotted for 10,000 years beneath his corpse light. Humanity endured, and by enduring fed the things that hated it. The vision changed. Horus victorious, the Emperor dead. Terra a skull cracked open. The War Master crowned amid ash and laughter. Then mankind burning itself out in one brief century of madness, all its rage and hunger and psychic fire spent in an orgy of extinction. Human worlds fell silent. Human dreams ended. The gods starved in the sudden absence of their richest prey. The alien voice pressed deeper. For chaos to die, humanity must die first. Omegon watched the extinction of his species presented as strategy. He felt Alfarius beside him, absorbing, calculating, wounded in some place no blade could reach. The Cabal waited for agreement. Omegon looked into futures shaped like graves and understood, with absolute clarity, that the war before him had just become larger than the Emperor, larger than Horus, larger than truth. The blade the Imperium had never admitted it forged had been offered a throat, its own. The Xenos did not enter the chamber so much as revise it. Omegon felt the walls remain, yet knew they were no longer honest. The black stone around him held its shape, while alien thought pressed through it, bending distance into angles that hurt even transhuman perception. Light folded where it should have traveled. Shadows bled upward. The air tasted of cold iron, old dust, and the dry bitterness of dead stars. Something vast had laid its attention upon the chamber, and even the battle barge seemed to recoil around them, its machine spirits muttering static prayers through the deck plates. The Cabal stood before the twins in forms that refused the discipline of mortal sight. Some were tall and shrouded in veils of psychic geometry. Some were small, clicking things with eyes like surgical lenses. One had a body that suggested bone, insect chitin, and polished stone without being any of them. Another wore a cloak of woven light that showed extinct skies within its folds. Their thoughts did not touch the mind like human speech. They intruded as pressure, as taste, as broken memory. Omegon saw a childhood that was not his, a battlefield beneath a green sun, a race dying willingly because an equation had named their extinction useful. Then the vision curdled and became terror. The Imperial Palace burned across the inside of his skull. It burned in silence first, then sound returned all at once. Macro cannons hammering the heavens, Titans dying like mountains with hearts of plasma, legionaries in the colors of brothers cutting one another apart beneath walls raised to defend mankind from everything except itself. The sky was clotted with descending fire. The ground was meat and masonry. Men screamed prayers into smoke, and the smoke answered with laughter. Omegon watched the Emperor seated upon the golden throne, not enthroned in triumph, but nailed to survival by necessity. He saw the master of mankind become a corpse that would not die, a sun that burned souls for fuel, a psychic wound around which an empire would build cathedrals, laws, and massacres. He saw 10,000 years of rot. He saw the Imperium become a prison vast enough to mistake itself for salvation. He saw mankind endure, and by enduring in hatred, fear, ignorance, and worship, feed the gods that hungered in the warp. The vision changed. Horus stood victorious. The palace was broken. The Emperor was dead. Terra was not a throne world. but a skull cracked open for flies. The War Master wore triumph like a fever. His armies howled across the stars, not in conquest, but in dissolution. Loyal worlds burned. Traitor worlds devoured themselves. Humanity, unchained from the Emperor's corpse light and drowned in its own rage, spent itself in a century of murder so complete that the species became a scream, fading into silence. And in that silence, the gods starved. The Cabal's voice arrived without mercy. This is the fulcrum. This is the choice. If the Emperor prevails, mankind lives long enough to nourish chaos forever. If Horus prevails, mankind dies quickly, and the primordial annihilator is denied its feast. Serve Horus, and you destroy the enemy. Serve the Emperor, and you preserve its banquet. Alpharius did not move. Omegon knew his brother's stillness. It was not acceptance. It was calculation so deep it resembled death. Alpharius saw the pattern, the terrible elegance of sacrifice weaponized beyond sentiment. A species offered as a blade against the immaterium. Humanity murdered by its own champions, so that the gods born from mortal corruption might choke upon sudden famine. A lesser mind would have raged. A lesser mind would have denied the vision, because denial was warmer. Omegon did neither. He watched the futures bleed into one another. He saw the wounds in time around every possibility. He saw how the Cabal presented prophecy as if prophecy were a blade already sharpened, not a mirror held by hands with motives. The Xenos showed doom, but only doom arranged to make their desired answer seem inevitable. They spoke of necessity with the calm of butchers who would never place their own throats on the block. Alpharius turned his head slightly. The movement would have meant nothing to any other being present. To Omegon, it was a question. Can we trust the shape of what we have been shown? Omegon's answer did not need voice. No. The tallest emissary inclined its impossible head. You are divided. We were made so, Alpharius said. His voice was soft, and because it was soft, the words entered the chamber like a knife under armor plating. Division permits. Comprehension, the Cabal replied. One sees sacrifice, one sees suspicion. Both are required. Both must choose. Omegon looked upon the alien thing and understood that it believed itself wise. That was its first weakness. It had mistaken age for purity and survival for righteousness. The galaxy was full of ancient things that had learned nothing except how to justify remaining alive. You ask us to betray the Emperor, Omegon said. We ask you to save reality from a greater betrayal. You ask us to extinguish mankind. We ask you to end the species swiftly so that all species may survive. There it was, not spoken as hatred, not spoken as cruelty, spoken as arithmetic. Omegon almost respected the honesty of it. Almost. Alpharius stepped closer to the vision of Horus triumphant. The red light of a dying terror moved across his face. If this is true, he said, then loyalty to the Emperor may require disobedience to his desire. If this is false, Omegon answered, then disobedience becomes exactly what our enemies require. If it is true and we refuse, we condemn the galaxy. If it is false and we obey, we become the weapon that murders the species we were made to defend. Their disagreement held no heat, no raised voices, no brother's wounds spoken aloud. They were not human enough for that kind of comfort. They spoke as blades touched in the dark, edge against edge, each measuring the other's pressure and angle. Alpharius looked at him. The Emperor made us for war. Yes. War requires sacrifice. Yes. This may be the only sacrifice large enough. Omegon regarded the Cabal, then the bleeding futures, then his twin. Any prophecy that requires human extinction as its proof has already chosen its master. The alien shape stirred. Psychic pressure gathered in the chamber. For a moment, Omegon felt 1,000 Xenos' minds pressing around him, vast and cold and certain. Certainty was always the scent of a trap. You reject the only path.
I reject your ownership of it. The Cabal did not withdraw. It remained long enough to show them more. Battles not yet fought. Istvan, Prospero, Kalth, Kondax, Terra, brothers dying beneath banners that had once flown together. The War Master crowned in madness, the Emperor broken in victory, the Alpha Legion wearing treason-like armor. Possibilities layered upon possibilities until even a Primarch's mind felt the strain of witnessing too many graves. Then the chamber returned. The lumen strips flickered alive. The walls became honest stone again. The air tasted of recycled ship breath and machine incense. Far away, deep in the battle barge, an alarm chimed once and died, as if some spirit of iron had begun to scream and then thought better of it. Alfarius stood opposite him. For a time, neither spoke. In the lower decks of the same vessel, Sheed Ranko knelt with his squad in a chamber whose walls were painted with no heraldry. The Efrit stealth squad waited in darkness, each warrior helmed, each weapon stripped, sanctified, reassembled, and loaded in silence. Ranko did not know what had happened in the sealed chamber above. He knew only that the Primarchs had summoned no commanders, called no council, and permitted no record. That alone was instruction enough. Ranko had learned long ago that ignorance was not weakness if it was shaped correctly. A legionary who needed to know everything was a liability. A legionary who knew nothing was a tool. The Alpha Legion required something rarer, warriors who understood precisely how much ignorance their duty demanded. His helm display showed the life signs of his brothers in pale runes. Calm hearts, regulated breath, no excess motion. Their armor carried no visible squad markings. Their names in the ship's ledger had been changed before deployment and would be changed again after. If any were captured, the enemy would peel away layers of lies until they died believing the last lie was truth. Ranko approved. The chamber door opened without sound. Omegon entered alone. Every warrior rose. Ranko saw no uncertainty in the Primarch's bearing, but then he had never seen uncertainty there. Omegon did not stride like some of his brothers were said to stride, dragging awe behind him like a banner. He moved as if arrival were merely another form of concealment ending. His presence filled the chamber not by force, but by the sudden impossibility of ignoring what had always been dangerous. "My lord," Ranko said. Omegon looked across the Efrit. "There is a war beneath the war." Ranko did not ask which war. Questions could be failures when the answer had already been provided by omission. "Our legion will appear to choose a side," Omegon said. "Some among us will believe the appearance. Some must. Some will go further. They will embrace what should only be worn as disguise. They will kneel to powers that reward surrender and call it ascension." One of Ranko's warriors made the smallest sound across the squad vox. Not surprise, contempt. Omegon heard it. "Contempt is permitted," the Primarch said. "Misjudgment is not. A warrior who worships the warp is not always weak. Some will remain lethal. Some will remain disciplined. Some will believe corruption has made them truer. That belief makes them uncontrollable." Ranko understood then. "Names, Lord." Omegon extended a data wafer. Ranko accepted it with both hands. The wafer contained the muster roster of the 63rd Covert Company. He knew some of them, not as friends. Friendship was a civilian luxury, tolerated only when it did not interfere with function. But he had fought beside them in void corridors and ash cities, shared encrypted cant with them, bled under the same false banners. Their captains were efficient, inventive, and favored by several Harrow Masters. They had also gone too deep into the outer lodges. Ranko had heard fragments, battle oaths altered by one word, trophies taken from psychers, prisoners arranged in patterns that served no tactical purpose, too much laughter in the aftermath of slaughter. "Total erasure?" Ranko asked. "Yes." "Gene seed? Harvest what remains pure, without honor rites." The words were heavier than death. To deny honor was to deny narrative. To deny narrative was to deny brotherhood.
Ranko felt nothing show in his posture. He was Alpha Legion. His grief, if it existed, would receive orders like everything else. And their records? Removed. Their victories? Reassigned. Their names? Omegon's gaze settled on him. They had names? Ranko bowed his head. The execution took place beyond the fleet's formal decks, in a maintenance cathedral built around the acid reclamation cisterns. The chamber had not been consecrated for Legion rites. That was intentional. No banners hung from the vaults. No Hydra sigils watched from the walls. No chaplain analog spoke words of passage. The 63rd arrived under summons, armed but unloaded, believing they had been called for redeployment. Ranko's squad had already sealed the chamber. Omegon did not attend at first. That too was a message. Captain Otilon Ver removed his helm when ordered. His face was pale, scalp marked with ritual cuts too recent to be campaign wounds. His eyes were clear. That made it worse. Madness should have announced itself with foam and laughter. Ver looked sane. He looked disciplined. He looked like a son of the 20th Legion. Ranko stood before him with a drawn blade. "By whose authority?" Ver asked. "Alfarius." It was the correct answer to every question, and therefore answered none. Around them, the company's officers were forced to their knees. Not all went willingly. One reached for a hidden pistol and lost his hand to a power knife. Another spat a curse that made the air flicker blue before a bolter round entered his open mouth and detonated behind his spine. His headless body remained upright for a moment, blood jetting across the bare floor, then collapsed against the boots of the warrior beside him. The rest understood. Helmets were removed, armor locks disengaged, weapons taken. Apothecaries moved in without ceremony, their narthecium rigs unfolded like silver insects. The condemned watched the tools with the special hatred of warriors who had faced Xenos horrors, human armies, and the void itself, yet still found violation in the thought of being harvested like failed stock. Ver looked past Ranko as Omegon entered. The Primarch walked between the kneeling officers. None bowed. Their pride had not yet been cut out. "My lord," Ver said. Omegon stopped before him. Ver's throat worked once. "Is this censure?" "No." "Punishment?" "No." "Then what?" "Correction." Ver laughed quietly. "For victory. For worship. We used what was necessary. You knelt. To nothing. To knowledge. To power. To weapons the others are too blind to grasp." Omegon regarded him without anger. A blade does not become stronger because it begs the hand to hold it. Ver's expression hardened. "Does Alfarius know?" "Yes." It was not a lie. It was not enough truth to be useful. The captain drew himself straighter on his knees. Blood ran from the stump of one officer nearby as the apothecaries began their work before death had finished its claim. The sound of the narthecium drill entered the chamber. Ceramite saws whined. Rib plates cracked open. A condemned legionary snarled as his progenoid glands were extracted without anesthetic or blessing, his transhuman body refusing to die quickly, even as sacred organs were pulled from him in glistening loops of tissue and blood. Ver did not look away from Omegon. "Do you still serve the Emperor?" The question moved through the chamber more sharply than any blade. Ranko felt his squad hear it. He felt the condemned hear it. He felt even the apothecaries pause for the smallest fraction of a breath, their tools buried in open chests. Omegon answered, "I serve the war he began. The Emperor is not a comfort. He is a command." Ver smiled then, and there was pity in it. That made Ranko want to cut his face apart. "You sound like a traitor already." "No," Omegon said. "I sound like what traitors fear becoming." He gave no visible signal. Ranko struck. His blade entered beneath Ver's jaw and drove upward into the brain. The captain's eyes remained open as his body convulsed, blood pouring over the hilt and down Ranko's gauntlet. Around the chamber, The Efreet executed the officers in silence. Some died cleanly, some did not. One broke his restraints and killed an apothecary with his teeth before 3 bolter shots burst his torso open. Another began chanting in a language that made the acid in the cisterns boil. Omegon crossed the distance and crushed his skull one-handed before the 3rd syllable completed. The company died without record. Their helmets were placed in a line. Each helm's faceplate was cut away. Each name was deleted from the internal archive. Armor was stripped of heraldry, scrubbed, reassigned, or dissolved. Gene seed deemed untainted was sealed in black canisters without honor marks. The rest went into acid with the bodies. Ranko watched the cisterns receive them. The acid was old, industrial, and merciless. It took the flesh first, then the softer seals of the armor, then the hair, the eyes, the tongues. Transhuman bodies resisted dissolution longer than mortal remains. Muscles sloughed from bone in grey ribbons. Hands surfaced and sank. Teeth remained after faces were gone. The smell overwhelmed even helm filters. A chemical charnel reek of cooked meat, burned marrow, and sacred failure. No shrine would claim them. No warband would inherit them. No demon would wear their names unless it invented them first. Omegon stood until the last bone vanished. Ranko approached only when the surface of the acid stilled. "My lord," he said, "the company is erased." "No," Omegon replied. "It is instructive." "To whom?" "To those who will never learn it happened." Ranko accepted that. He did not need comfort. He did not need clarity beyond function. Yet something in the chamber had changed. The Legion had crossed a threshold no remembrancer would ever name. They had killed brothers for being too willing to become what the Legion intended to pretend. That was the shape of the new war. Above them, the fleet moved through the void under loyal colors. Elsewhere, messages would be sent. Oaths would be bent. Alliances would be forged with men already damned. Horus would believe the 20th Legion had joined him. The Loyalists would believe the same. Some Alpha Legionaries would believe it because belief made the deception stronger. Some would die for Horus. Some would die cursing the Emperor. Some would be allowed to fall because their fall concealed the hands still working beneath the surface. Alpharius would stand where the galaxy could see him. Omegon would stand where the galaxy could not. In a vault that did not exist on any deck plan, servitors with their tongues removed began inscribing orders onto black iron slates. Each command was fragmented, encrypted, contradicted by another, and sealed beneath layered identity keys. Dead drops were established in fleets that had not yet rebelled. Kill phrases were buried in compliance sermons. Sabotage codes were hidden inside traitor supply manifests. Loyalist evacuation routes were mapped through systems that would officially be marked unsafe. Chaos cults were infiltrated before their first sacrifices. Imperial authorities were compromised before their first accusations. A second war took shape inside the first. It had no banner. It had no oath that could be spoken aloud. Its victories would look like failures. Its loyalty would look like betrayal. Its mercy would arrive as murder, misdirection, and the quiet removal of anyone who understood too much at the wrong hour. Omegon watched the first slate receive the name of the architecture he had authored. Protocol Tenebrae. The words glowed once in cold green lumen light, then vanished beneath encryption deep enough to bury a Primarch's confession. Across the galaxy, the Great Crusade still called itself a dawn. Omegon had seen the night waiting beneath it. He would enter that night willingly. He would let his sons be hated. He would let his brother be believed. He would let the War Master think he had gained a legion. He would let the Emperor's servants hunt him with fire and scripture. He would let history write the word traitor beside the Hydra and never correct the hand holding the quill. Because truth was not victory. Truth was merely a thing to be spent. Deliverance did not mourn loudly. It had no strength for that. Its towers stood like black knives beneath a wounded sky, carved into the moon's stone and shadow, their battlements crowded with guns, wounded warriors, and silence. The fortress of the Raven Guard had always seemed to Cord Valen like a place made for ghosts before the dead had earned it. Now, after Istvan, the ghosts had come home in pieces. They came without banners. They came in gunships with cracked hulls and blood frozen along the assault ramps. They came in coffin landers whose machine spirits had screamed through translation and atmospheric descent. They came in medici pallets, in stasis tubes, in sealed black caskets, in armor too damaged to remove without killing the warrior inside. They came as names recited by serfs who could not keep their voices steady. They came as gene seeds sealed in silver reliquaries, the last surviving proof that a brother had existed before betrayal reduced him to ash and meat on the black sands of Istvan. Cord Valen watched them come and wore another man's face. The disguise had taken 3 hours of surgical theft. The true medici serf had been called Brannick Pell, a thin, grey-skinned mortal with steady hands, a devotional scar across his scalp, and a spine ruined by years, bowing under trays of surgical instruments. He had died without sound in a supply cloister, while Deliverance's alarm bells tolled for other tragedies. Valen had taken the face, the fingerprints, the retinal pattern, the gait, the chemical signature, and enough of the man's memories to pass the half-attentive scrutiny of grief-burdened sentries. The body had gone into a protein reclamation vat beneath a false inventory seal. Now Cord Valen moved through the apothecarian vaults with Pell's stoop and Pell's nervous blink, wearing stained white robes over armor mesh, thin enough to conceal, but strong enough to stop a blade meant for mortal ribs. Beneath his left sleeve, folded against his forearm, slept a weapon no medici serf should possess. Beneath his tongue was a black capsule that would dissolve his brain into unreadable sludge if capture became inevitable. He was Alpha Legion. He was also an apothecary. That made the work worse. The Raven Guard apothecarian had become a slaughterhouse of hope. Everywhere, machines breathed for the dying. Red lumen globes pulsed over operating slabs. Chirurgeons moved between cots with hands silvered by blood and antiseptic. Servitors clicked and whirred, their saws and needles working without pity or fatigue. Apothecaries in black plate stood like carrion saints amid the wounded, their narthecium rigs opening and closing, extracting, sealing, amputating, preserving. The smell was promethium, cauterized meat, alchemical disinfectant, and transhuman blood. The sons of Korax did not scream often. When they did, the sound carried. Valen paused beside a surgical pit, where a Raven Guard legionary lay with his breastplate removed and his torso split open from collar to pelvis. His secondary heart had burst during atmospheric entry, poisoned by shrapnel too small for the first triage auspex to detect. A black-armored apothecary reached into the open chest with a clamp, withdrew a shredded clot of organ and metal, and dropped it into a basin with a wet sound. The legionary's eyes opened. He looked at the ceiling, at nothing, at some black desert far away. "Did we hold?" the warrior asked. The apothecary did not answer. There was no kind answer. There was only the truth, and the Raven Guard had received too much truth already. Beyond the main vault lay the chambers where desperation wore the mask of salvation. Cord Valen had helped prepare them. He had carried gene vault canisters. He had sterilized injector arrays. He had aligned nutrient cradles and calibrated hypno-indoctrination engines. He had adjusted labels in the data system by fractions so small that only a machine spirit with paranoia in its soul might have noticed. He had replaced 3 vials with 3 other vials. He had altered the temperature of one culture tank by less than a degree. He had whispered scrap code to a sequencing loom, while the Raven Guard tech adepts prayed over their own trembling hands. The Primarch Corvus Corax had returned from Terra with hope. That was the cruelest wound of all. Hope made men open doors they would have barred against despair. The gene tech was a miracle, or close enough to one that only fools and gods would argue the difference. Primarch-derived genetic knowledge, drawn from secrets buried deeper than Legion pride, offered the shattered Raven Guard a means to rebuild faster than any Legion should. New warriors, new strength, a black tide raised from near extinction. The War Master's treachery answered not by lamentation, but by flesh, bone, and vengeance given form. Valen had seen the data. Even incomplete, even hidden behind locks and ritual encryption, it was enough to chill him. Not with fear, with consequence. In the wrong hands, such knowledge would become an empire of monsters. The Dark Mechanicum would grow armies in vats and name the deformities innovation. Horus would spend aspirants like ammunition. Fabius Bile would make art from the screams, and every failure would teach him how to make the next horror stronger. Alfarius had allowed data to travel where it needed to be seen. Omegon had ensured what mattered would never arrive intact. That was the difference between betrayal and design. The first aspirants entered the chambers at dusk cycle. Boys, young men, mortal flesh waiting to be made into something more than mortal. Their heads were shaved, their bodies marked with surgical ink, their eyes wide with terror and worship. Some came from deliverance, some from Kiavar, some from stock chosen in haste because the Raven Guard no longer possessed the luxury of perfect selection. They had been told they were the Legion's rebirth. They walked past black-armored giants who looked at them not as children, not as sons, but as the last ammunition left in a burning gun. Valen watched one aspirant look up at him. The boy had a narrow face and hands that would not stop shaking. He could not have been more than 14 standard years. His robe hung loose over a chest, too thin for the organs it would be forced to host. "Will it hurt?" the boy whispered. Valen looked at him through Brannock Pell's stolen eyes. "Yes," he said. The boy swallowed. "Will I become one of them?" Valen said nothing. The boy mistook silence for reverence. The procedures began. Needles descended. Bone saws sang. Surgical claws opened pale flesh. The aspirants were sedated but not spared. Their bodies jerked against restraints as new organs were implanted, as marrow was rewritten, as muscle growth catalysts flooded veins, as the altered gene seed took root where no human thing should grow so quickly. The machines worked with holy violence. The Raven Guard apothecaries spoke litanies in low voices, not to comfort the aspirants, but to steady themselves. For the first hour, the miracle held. Then the first boy split. It began at the sternum. A red line opened beneath the surgical seals, thin as a thread, then widened with a wet tearing sound. The ribcage pushed outward too fast, bone growing in jagged curves, snapping the restraint bands. His skin peeled away from the expanding chest in sheets. One of the chirurgeons shouted for clamps, another for suppressants. The boy woke as his own skeleton outgrew him. His scream turned every head in the chamber. The second aspirant's arms lengthened until the joints reversed. Fingers fused, then broke apart again into hooked talons, slick with amniotic fluid and blood. Black quills pushed through the skin of his shoulders, not feathers exactly, but barbed growths rooted in muscle. He convulsed so violently that his spine tore free from 3 restraint pins. A medici servitor moved to hold him down. The aspirant's malformed hand passed through the servitor's face and came out clutching cogitator mesh and grey brain matter. Then the chamber became a chorus. Gene vats burst as bodies inside them grew wrong faster than the glass could contain. Nutrient fluid flooded the deck in warm, pink waves. Aspirants thrashed amid broken tubes and cables, their mouths open, their teeth falling out and regrowing as black pegs. One dragged himself across the floor, with legs twisted into useless knots, whispering the Raven Guard battle oath while his tongue forked and thickened until words became animal sounds. Another rose from his slab taller than a legionary, but without skin across half his body, muscles exposed, eyes bulging, ribs grinding against the air with each breath. The apothecaries tried to save them. That was their error. Mercy wasted time. Valen saw a Raven Guard apothecary reach for a restraint wand rather than a bolt pistol. The malformed aspirant on the slab opened along the abdomen, and something like an extra arm unfolded from the cavity, wet and blind and strong enough to crush the apothecary's forearm. Ceramite cracked. The Raven Guard warrior grunted once before the thing's talons found the seal beneath his helm and punched through the gorget. Blood sprayed black across black armor. The apothecary fell forward, and the aspirant bit into his helm as if hunger had replaced pain. Valen's hand moved toward the weapon beneath his sleeve. A vox pulse stopped him. 1 click, 3 breaths, 2 clicks. Wait. He hated that he obeyed. Not because obedience was difficult. Obedience was the easy part. He hated that waiting meant watching loyal children become abominations, while men who had survived Istvan died trying to redeem them. There were no traitors in that chamber, except the hidden ones. No cultists, no warp preachers, no willing servants of the War Master. Only broken sons of a broken legion, trying to rebuild before the galaxy finished killing them. Pity rose in him like bile. The hidden vox bead in his ear warmed. Omegon's voice entered him, quiet and absolute. Pity is permitted. Hesitation is treason. Valen closed his hand. The weapon unfolded from beneath his sleeve, a compact needler of Alpha Legion make, its barrel no longer than a finger bone. He fired into the nearest gene vat's control node. The crystal reservoir cracked. The growth culture inside curdled black. 3 aspirants still forming within the fluid died before they finished becoming monsters. Then the lights went out. The Alpha Legion attack began in darkness. They had been inside Deliverance for days. Some wore Raven Guard faces. Some wore serf robes. Some waited in ventilation shafts with armor plates dulled to swallow light. Some had entered as corpses in sealed caskets and risen when the correct vox cant passed through the walls. They did not come roaring. They came as errors in the dark. The Raven Guard answered in kind. That made the battle beautiful in the most hateful sense. Black armor moved against black armor. False faces met helms shaped for shadow war. Suppressed bolt fire cracked through the apothecarian vaults. Knives found gorgets. Power fields flashed and died. Auspec's ghosts multiplied until neither side could trust a rune that was not confirmed by blood. Raven Guard warriors vanished into smoke and struck from angles where mortal troops would have seen only walls. Alpha Legion operatives had already marked those angles, trapped them, predicted them, and sometimes died anyway because the sons of Korax were masters of their own darkness. Valen dropped Brannick Pell's stoop and ran upright for the first time since planetfall. A Raven Guard legionary saw him move too well for a serf. The warrior turned, bolt pistol rising. Valen fired a venom dart through the soft seal, under the wrist. The Raven Guard's hand spasmed. His shot went wide and blew apart the head of a thrashing mutant aspirant, painting the wall with skull fragments and black quills. Valen drew a monomolecular scalpel and drove it through the warrior's gorget as he closed. The blade slid between armor plates and opened the throat beneath. The Raven Guard did not fall at once. He headbutted Valen hard enough to crack the stolen facial prosthetics and drove a combat knife into his side. Pain flashed white. Valen twisted the scalpel. The Raven Guard's blood came hot over his hand. Both of them sank to one knee. For a heartbeat, helm lenses and stolen mortal eyes were close enough that Valen saw his own reflection in the black glass. Hydra, the dying Raven Guard breathed. Valen drove the blade deeper. For the Emperor. The Raven Guard died not knowing whether it was mockery. A plasma shot tore across the vault and struck a bank of gene vats. The world became white heat. Glass exploded outward. Fluid flashed into steam. Half-formed bodies burst from ruptured tanks and cooked before they hit the deck. One aspirant, only a torso and head attached to a nest of cables, landed at Valen's feet still alive. Its eyes moved. Its mouth formed a word. Please. Valen shot it through the skull, not because it was tactically necessary, because pity was permitted. The Apothecarian's central doors blew inward. Alpha Legion kill teams advanced through the smoke in captured Raven Guard armor, firing on marked targets. Behind them came Omegon. He wore no disguise now. The chamber changed around him. It did not become quiet. The wounded still screamed. Mutants still thrashed. Bolters still cracked. But every sound seemed suddenly lesser, as if reality itself had made room for the Primarch's arrival. His armor was scaled and dark, green where the firelight touched it, black where shadow claimed it. His helm was sealed. In one hand he carried a bolter, in the other a spear whose folded blades caught the light like cold venom. A malformed aspirant lunged at him from the ruins of a surgical pit, all elongated limbs and flayed muscle, its mouth splitting wide enough to swallow a human head. Omegon did not slow. The spear moved once. The creature came apart in two wet halves that struck the floor behind him, organs steaming, black feather growths twitching in the blood. Valen rose despite the knife in his side. "My lord," he said. Omegon looked across the chamber, across the dead aspirants, across the dying Raven Guard, across the gene tech that could have rebuilt a legion or damned a species. Primary data? Secured and corrupted in transit. The copies intended for the Phoenician's butcher are incomplete. The sequence keys are inverted. The stabilizing factors are removed. Dark Mechanicum access? Poisoned. Any attempt at replication without the missing cipher will produce failure. Omegon's helm turned toward a row of containment sarcophagi, where surviving aspirants beat against the inside of their own coffins. Some were still human enough to cry. Some were not. One pressed a hand against the glass and left behind a smear of blood from fingernails already becoming talons. "Burn them," Omegon said. Valen felt the words land harder than any blow. All of them? Everything that breathes wrong. They are loyal. They are compromised. They are children. They are weapons in enemy hands if we leave them. A Raven Guard wounded on the floor heard. His armor was split open, one leg gone, white bone jutting from the stump. He tried to raise a pistol. Omegon shot him without looking. The bolt round entered the legionary's chest and detonated, reducing the upper torso to a red crater. Valen stared at the sarcophagi. Omegon stepped closer. "You were given permission for pity," the Primarch said, "not for negotiation." Valen bowed his head. Promethium came in sacred canisters, carried by men who would have to forget this chamber or die after leaving it. The first wash of flame rolled across the gene vats in a golden sheet. Mutant aspirants hammered at glass. Some screamed words, some screamed like animals, some did not scream at all, and those were the worst. They only watched the fire approach with human eyes trapped in ruined faces. The flames took them. Skin blackened, fat ran, quills curled, bone cracked. Nutrient fluid boiled around bodies that had been meant to become angels of vengeance and instead became evidence. Valen stood with the knife still in his side and smelled burned children, burned hope, burned salvation. His helm filters were not active because he still wore Pell's stolen face. He tasted all of it. The Raven Guard would believe the Alpha Legion had come only to cripple them. Horus would believe the Alpha Legion had delivered what his servants required. Fabius Bile would receive data that promised miracles and birthed only unstable obscenities, unless he rebuilt what Omegon had removed. The Dark Mechanicum would waste years and lives chasing keys that had never been allowed to leave deliverance intact. Corax would hate the Hydra. That hatred would be useful. When the last vat collapsed into slag, Omegon turned away. "Withdraw." The Alpha Legion vanished into the wounds they had opened. Some would die in the escape tunnels. Some would be hunted down by Raven Guard vengeance squads in the days to come. Some would continue wearing dead men's faces until their next order arrived. Valen was extracted through a mortuary chute beneath a mound of failed aspirant remains. his stolen face melting from chemical exposure, his side wounds sealed with black coagulant and pain suppression. He saw Deliverance recede through the gunship's cracked pict feed. No victory rune appeared. No one spoke. Much later, in a chamber between places, Omegon met the alien. Athithirtir waited beneath a sky that was not a sky, surrounded by stones that cast shadows in the wrong direction. The Cabal emissary's shape shifted with every blink. Tall, then slight, winged, then limbless, a face like polished bone, a voice like dust moving over glass. "You have acted within the necessary path," the Xenos said. Omegon stood alone, though Valen knew better than to believe he was unguarded. The Primarch's armor bore faint scorch marks from Deliverance. A single black feather, burned at the tip, clung to one boot before the wind took it. "The path is no longer yours to define." The emissary tilted its head. "You misunderstand Alliance." "No," Omegon said. "I have understood it completely." The air tightened. Distantly, things without bodies seemed to gather their attention. Athithirtir spoke again, colder now. "The Cabal has guided species older than your empire. We have seen the Annihilator rise and devour civilizations beyond human comprehension. You were shown the price. You accepted the necessity. I accepted the existence of the war. You must obey the design." Omegon raised his spear. There was no haste in the movement, no anger, only conclusion. The 20th Legion will complete its duties without alien command. That was when Valen understood that Deliverance had not been the only severing. Athithirtir's eyes became wounds of light. "Then you imperil all futures." Omegon stepped closer. "No, I deny you ownership of them." The chamber between places shuddered, as if time itself had taken a breath. The Cabal emissary began to speak. Omegon struck first. The Kondak system had been gagged. Sheed Ranko saw it before his boots touched the asteroid. He saw it in the stillness of the void, in the absence of astropathic bleed, in the way the warp lay muted around the system like a beast with its jaws wired shut. Kondax was not quiet by nature. No living system was. Stars sang in radiation. Ships whispered through Auspex returns. Astropaths burned their souls into the dark, sending thought and pain and warning between worlds. The immaterium pressed against reality, with claws made of hunger and old dreams. Here, there was only suppression. Tenebrae 950 drifted in the outer dark, a dead shard of stone and iron moving through the void without heat, without heraldry, without name in any loyal cartograph. Its surface was cratered from ancient impacts and newer weapons tests. Sensor veins jutted from its ridges like broken ribs. Docking claws lay folded against the asteroid's skin. Defense turrets sat cold and blind, their machine spirits dreaming in passive watchfulness. To any passing fleet, it was debris. To the Alpha Legion, it was a lock placed across a throat. Inside it, Xenos pylons drank the warp. Ranko hated them. He did not hate them as a mortal hated the alien, with disgust taught by priests and repeated by soldiers until it became reflex. Ranko's hatred was colder. The pylons were a tool of unknown origin, and a tool whose full function remained uncertain was always a threat to the hand that held it. They stood in the asteroid's hollowed core, black, smooth, too tall for the chambers built around them, their surfaces marked by channels that absorbed lumen glow and gave nothing back. Around them hung antenna spines, astropathic dampers, null field engines, and choir cages. Dead psychers had been nailed to the antenna ribs in ritual geometry, not because the machines required decoration, but because suffering often improved psychic conduction. The white scars were being isolated by those pylons. That was the stated function. That was the lie everyone who needed to believe it had been permitted to believe. Ranko floated in silence beyond the asteroid's outer lock, mag boots disengaged, body drifting with the rest of the Efrit stealth squad. Their armor was blackened sea green, luster killed beneath void ash and sensor baffles. No squad markings, no names, no honor script. Every surface of ceramite drank light. Their jump packs were cold. Their weapons were tethered. Their breath moved through helm systems at the measured pace of executioners waiting behind a curtain. He counted his brothers by heartbeat rune, not sight. Kel Sareth, Volkite charger. Breacher shield collapsed across his back. Calm. Namar Vek. Power daggers paired. Venom spheres sealed at the belt. Calm. Ithron. Signal killer. Auspex ghost array. Calm. Baris Thol. Melter charges. No deviation. 6 more, all reduced to runes and function. That was proper. Identity was a luxury for warriors whose deaths would be recorded. Ranko's own helm displayed the mission cipher only once. Destroy Tenebrae 950. No survivors essential. No extraction promised. No acknowledgement. Beneath the words was the authorization. Alfarius. Ranko knew which Primarch had given the order. He also knew that knowing made no difference. A sealed Vox channel opened inside his helm. It carried no shipboard hiss, no command choir echo, no background machine cant. Only a voice, close enough to feel like thought. Sheed Ranko. My lord, you understand the cost? Yes. You understand the deception? No, Ranko said. I understand my obedience. A pause. Not surprise. Assessment. Better. Ranko watched the asteroid turn beneath him. Somewhere within that dead stone, Alpha Legionaries loyal to a different layer of the same lie maintained the blockade. They believed they were serving the War Master. Some believed they were serving Alfarius. Some believed they were serving the Emperor by appearing to serve Horus. Some might even know the truth Ranko carried. It would not save them. My lord, Ranko said, speak. Must the White Scars know? The silence lengthened. Around Ranko, his squad drifted closer to the lock, small corrections of armor jets barely disturbing the void frost clinging to their plate. Then Omegon answered. They must choose. Choice is the one weapon Horus cannot command. The channel died. Ranko activated his mag boots and struck the asteroid's skin with a sound he felt through bone rather than heard. Around him, the Efrit landed one after another, black giants against black stone, invisible except to those trained to notice the absence of stars where armor blocked the void. Ithron touched the lock panel. His gauntlet unfolded needle probes and scrap code injectors. The outer lock's machine spirit stirred. It challenged. Ithron answered in the voice of the dead watch officer, whose throat they had opened before launch. The machine spirit hesitated, comforted by familiar authority. Then it died quietly, as Ithron strangled it with false maintenance cant. The lock opened. Atmosphere did not rush out. There was none to lose. Ranko entered first. The corridor beyond was without gravity. Frost coated the walls in pale veins. Broken lumen beads floated in the dark, drifting beside frozen droplets of blood. They turned slowly in the beamless vision of his helm, red pearls suspended in silence, each one perfect, each one a record of violence too cold to decay. A severed hand bumped against Ranko's pauldron. Its fingers were curled around a data spike. The hand wore Alpha Legion gauntlet plating. Kel Sareth caught it and pulled the data spike free. Internal purge, Kel voxed. Recent. By whom? Kel crushed the frozen fingers to inspect the wrist seal. Us. That was how the war had become. Alpha Legionaries, hunting Alpha Legionaries in places where even the dead could not be trusted to belong to the correct side. Ranko signaled advance. They moved without bootfall, pulling themselves through the corridor with handholds and armor jets. Auspec's returns were unreliable. The pylon field bent machine perception, smeared life signs, swallowed vox bursts, and returned echoes in dead voices. Twice, Ranko heard his own command cant repeated back to him from passages where no warrior moved. Once, a rune identified his squad as enemy breachers and marked them for automated defense. Ithron killed the turret before it woke fully, but not before its barrels twitched toward them like the snout of a sleeping animal. The first enemy waited in the choir gallery. The chamber opened around them, vast and cylindrical, built around a central antenna spine that ran from floor to ceiling and vanished into darkness both ways. Astropaths were nailed along it in concentric rings. Some had died recently. Some had died months earlier and been kept from decay by cold and field bleed. Their skin hung grey and tight across bone. Their mouths were wired open. Their eye sockets were plugged into cables that pulsed faintly with trapped witchlight. Ranko knew the smell would have been unbearable if atmosphere had remained. A squad of Alpha Legion sentries drifted among the dead choir, armor marked with the same hydra, weapons held with the same economy of motion. Their helms turned the instant Ranko's warriors entered. No challenge came. Both sides already knew. The first shots were silent. Suppressed bolters kicked in vacuum. Mass reactive shells crossed the chamber as brief sparks and ended in ceramite, flesh, and sudden clouds of frozen blood. Ranko twisted aside as a bolt round clipped his shoulder guard and spun him into a dead astropath. The corpse shattered against his armor, brittle ribs breaking into fragments that drifted around him like ivory chaff. Ranko anchored one boot against the antenna spine and fired twice. His first round punched through an enemy helm lens. The second entered the throat seal and detonated inside the warrior's chest, blowing armor plates outward in a wet burst that froze as it expanded. Kel-Sareth advanced behind his breacher shield. Crack rounds struck it and burst in hard white flashes, cracking the shield's surface, chewing its edges, hurling him backward through a ring of corpses. He recovered, braced, and brought up the Volkite charger. The weapon spat a beam of ancient heat that touched an enemy legionary across the breastplate. For a heartbeat, the warrior remained whole. Then his body burned from within, flesh and organ flashing into ash behind intact armor seams, smoke venting from his helm grill before the corpse collapsed like a suit emptied of meaning. Namar Vek went in close. Power daggers slid from his fists and lit with pale fields. He caught an enemy warrior at the moment. Both of them rebounded from opposing walls. They collided chest to chest. Namar drove one dagger beneath the helm, the other into the groin seal, then wrenched in opposite directions. Blood burst in globules. The enemy tried to headbutt him. Namar released a venom sphere between their bodies. The crystal globe cracked soundlessly, filling the space between them with glittering toxin. It coated both warriors. Namar's seals held. The other warrior convulsed as venom found the cuts and ports in his armor. His veins blackened beneath his exposed throat. His hands clawed at Namar's helm until Ranko shot him through the spine. Forward, Ranko voxed. They left the dead among the dead. The deeper they went, the less honest the asteroid became. Gravity returned in broken patches. One corridor had downward pull for 3 steps, then none, then sideways force strong enough to slam Barris Thole against a wall. He cracked stone with his pauldron and kept moving. Another passage was filled with crystalline growths from a leaking null reactor, pale prisms pushing through metal like ice through skin. Inside the crystals, Ranko saw faces, human, Astartes, Xenos, perhaps reflections, perhaps memory. He did not look twice. They reached a junction marked by 3 Hydra sigils. Ithron examined them. All authentic. Ranko looked down each passage. Which is ours? All authentic. Ithron repeated. Ranko understood. Correctness had become a weapon. The facility had been designed by their own legion to resist exactly this kind of infiltration. Every cipher had a counter-cipher. Every route had a false twin. Every order could be real, false, or real because it was false. Secrecy had eaten command. Ranko chose the left passage because the right was too clean and the center smelled, through armor filters, faintly of promethium. The left passage tried to kill them with memory. Vox signals flooded their helms. Orders from Istvan, orders from Terra, orders in Alfarius's voice, in Omegon's voice, in Ranko's own voice. One commanded them to withdraw. One named them traitors. One spoke the personal death phrases of warriors who had not died yet. A mortal would have broken. A lesser Astartes might have hesitated. Ranko's squad had been trained to kill the voice of truth if it spoke at the wrong time. They advanced. At the core gate, the defenders had prepared properly. Breacher shields locked across the passage in a scaled wall of ceramite and adamantium. Behind them, Alpha Legion heavy weapons waited in darkness. Volkite, plasma, rotor cannons loaded with penetrator rounds. No shouted defiance, no sermons, no accusation. Just brothers prepared to slaughter brothers because the order structure had forked beyond reconciliation. Ranko opened a command channel. Hydra Dominatus. The reply came at once. Hydra Dominatus. Both sides fired. The passage became a furnace. Plasma struck Kelsareth's shield and ate through it in a flash of sun-white rage. The shield split. The blast took his left arm with it, reducing ceramite, flesh, bone, and weapon grip to molten ruin. Kel did not fall. He wedged the broken shield into the floor, braced it with his remaining shoulder, and kept firing the Volkite charger one-handed until a crack missile struck him full in the chest. He vanished in a storm of armor fragments and burning blood. Barris Thol crawled under the firing line with Melter Charge's mag locked to his breastplate. A bolt round took his knee apart. Another burst against his hip. He dragged himself forward with both hands, leaving a red path behind him. A defender vaulted the shield wall to finish him. Neymar intercepted the warrior mid-leap, both daggers flashing, cutting through one elbow seal, then the throat, then the inner thigh. The defender crashed down beside Barris, bleeding hard. Barris armed the charges. Ranko saw the timer rune blink. No numerals, just a red countdown measured in heartbeats. "Breach," Barris voxed. He laughed once. The sound was wet. The melter charges detonated. The core gate melted inward. The breacher wall became slag. Defenders behind it became shadows burned into stone. Their bodies reduced to ash and black silhouettes. Their weapons fused to hands that no longer existed. The blast threw Ranko backward, cracked his helm lens, and filled his mouth with the copper taste of internal bleeding. He rose. 4 of the Efrit remained. They entered the core. The pylons stood in a circle around the astropathic suppression engine, vast and black and wrong. They rose through the hollow heart of Tenebrae 950, taller than Titans, smoother than polished obsidian, their surfaces swallowing light, heat, prayer, and thought. Between them hung the engine, a lattice of antennae, bound Psyker remains, harmonic null rods, and Legion technology adapted around alien certainty. It pulsed without sound, each pulse pressed against Ranko's skull, making old scars ache. Beyond the pylons, through armored glass and void, Kondax lay distant. Somewhere in that system, the white scars rode in ignorance, caged by silence, cut from truth, while the galaxy tore itself apart. Jagatai Khan, Stormlord of the Fifth, was being denied the one thing that made a warrior more than a weapon: choice. Ranko placed the first charge. The remaining defenders emerged from behind the pylons. Not many. Enough. The last fight had no elegance. No stealth remained. No deception. Only knives, bolts, cracked armor, and breath rasping through damaged helms. Ithron died trying to kill the engine's failsafe, his skull split by a power blade that entered through the damaged side of his helm. Neymar killed the blade wielder, then fell when a plasma stream burned through his abdomen and cooked him inside his armor. Another Efrit brother detonated a venom sphere in a sealed control alcove, killing himself and 3 defenders in a cloud of crystalline toxin that glittered beautifully over the corpses. Ranko reached the final charge with one working hand. An Alpha Legion sergeant barred his path. His armor bore no mark Ranko did not also bear. His stance was familiar. His bolter was empty. He held a power dagger low. "Who sent you?" the sergeant asked. "Alfarius." "Which one?" Ranko paused. The sergeant lunged. Ranko caught the knife on his forearm plate and felt the power field bite through ceramite into flesh. He drove his helm into the sergeant's faceplate. Glass cracked. The sergeant stabbed again, this time under Ranko's ribs. Pain flared. Ranko seized the other warrior's wrist, broke it, and drew him close. "We are both loyal," the sergeant hissed. "Then die correctly." Ranko forced a venom sphere into the cracked helm grill and crushed it. The sergeant convulsed against him. Ranko held him upright until the toxin finished its work, then lowered him to the deck with more care than he had given enemies of other blood. The final charge locked into place. Ranko opened the sealed Vox one last time. "My lord, the engine is marked." Omegon's reply came through distortion and pylon pressure, faint but unmistakable. "Confirmed. The White Scars will hear?" "Yes. And Horus will know we failed. Horus will know what he is permitted to know." Ranko looked at the dead around him, at his brothers, at his other brothers, at the dead astropaths nailed to the machine, at the Xenos pylons drinking the warp and the lies around them. "Hydra Dominatus," he said. "Hydra Dominatus," Omegon replied. Ranko activated the charges. Tenebrae 950 died without sound. The asteroid cracked open from within, its core turning into white heat and black debris. The pylons shuddered as melter fire and reactor overloads tore through their foundations. For a moment, the warp shadow clenched tighter, as if the dead machine resisted its own murder. Then the suppression field split. Astropathic screams burst into Kondax. Warnings, truths, betrayals, the War Master's treason, Istvan's dead, Terra's danger, the impossible reality of brother turned upon brother. The silence around the White Scars shattered, and into that wound poured choice. Ranko did not live to hear it. Far away, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, reports came to Horus Lupercal in a chamber lit by furnace glow and the red reflections of a war galaxy. The War Master listened, as warriors and adepts spoke of Alpha Legion failure, of containment broken, of the Khan no longer blind. His face did not change. Elsewhere, in darkness deeper than any strategium, Omegon received the same report. For the first time since the Cabal had shown him mankind's grave, he smiled. Kyle Voss had believed the slate from Terra was a relic. He had been wrong. Relics slept. Relics gathered dust in vaults, beneath purity seals and warded glass, while old men argued over whether touching them was reverence or heresy. Relics did not alter themselves after discovery. They did not rewrite their own encryption while locked inside a hexagrammic reliquary. They did not whisper through dead cogitators in languages that had not been spoken since the Emperor still walked beneath open skies. They did not reach into inquisitorial archives, Mechanicus data crypts, traitor Vox channels, and alien transmission ghosts with the same cold patience as a hand sliding knives beneath doors. The slate had done all of those things. By the time Voss understood what he had carried away from the shrine hive beneath Terra, 3 interrogators were dead. 1 Lex mechanic had chewed out his own tongue while reciting false astropathic coordinates, and an entire Ordo Hereticus data cloister had sealed itself from the inside. When the doors were cut open, every servitor in the chamber had turned to face the entrance, despite lacking eyes. Their mouths were open. Their throat speakers crackled with static and one repeated phrase. Protocol Tenebrae remains active. Voss had not slept since. The trail led him toward the Great Rift. The Cicatrix Maledictum cut across the heavens like a wound made by a god too angry to let reality clot. Near it, the Imperium was not an empire. It was a fevered body, convulsing under too many infections at once. Astropathic messages arrived years late, or before they were sent, or not at all. Warp routes became throat wounds. Entire fleets vanished between neighboring systems. Governors declared crusades with no soldiers. Cardinals named themselves saints over corpse worlds. Forged temples continued production for regiments that had died in transit generations earlier. Worlds screamed for aid into a sky that answered with demons, pirates, Xenos raiders, or silence. The subsector was called Marrow Deep in the oldest cartographs, though the Administratum had renamed it 4 times and lost the seals for all of them. It lay too close to the rift's bruise light, a chain of hive worlds, forge moons, cemetery planets, agri-belts, shrine stations, mining hulks, and orbital plates built for wars no one remembered, and wars that had not yet begun. Now every world was burning in a different manner. Voss saw it from orbit aboard the inquisitorial frigate Misericord of Iron. The hive world of Gathalamor Secundus was a cracked black sphere under continent-sized smoke fields, its equatorial cities blinking with artillery flashes, bright enough to be seen through cloud decks. Billions still lived there, if living meant breathing ash and waiting for the ration sirens to fail. The agri-world Barras Tertian had become a red ember, its grain oceans burned by retreating loyalists rather than left for traitor armies. Funeral fields stretched across the cemetery moon Cordassa, where mass graves were visible from low orbit as pale geometric scars cut into the dust. Void convoys drifted between worlds like wounded shoals, their escorts outnumbered, their holds full of ammunition, corpses, refugees, and sealed caskets of gene seed carried under guard by men who would rather destroy their own ships than let them be boarded. Hundreds of Astra Militarum regiments had been committed to the theatre. Hundreds more had been promised. Promises did not stop shells. From the bridge Oculus, Voss watched troop landers descend through flak storms toward Gathalamor's northern trench continents. Each one carried thousands of men, and each one looked small against the war below. Basilisk batteries fired from behind fortress lines until their barrels glowed a dull and angry red. Manticore rockets climbed in shrieking arcs and vanished into polluted cloud, falling minutes later somewhere beyond the horizon in brief artificial dawns. Baneblade squadrons advanced through avenues so choked with dead that their tracks rode high on compacted bodies, grinding armor, bone, and sandbags into a black paste. Commissars shot men who turned. Priests blessed men already missing limbs. Medici orderlies cut ammunition webbing from the dead because living soldiers needed it more than corpses needed dignity. That was the imperial way of war. Endure, advance, spend flesh, replace it with more flesh. Keep the guns firing until the enemy drowned in the bodies required to reach the muzzles. The Adeptus Astartes did not fight that way. They were not a tide. They were the knife in the eye, the fist through the command skull, the thunderbolt descending where ordinary armies would take months to crawl. Voss had seen a demi-company of loyal space marines break a siege by killing a planetary warlord in the time it took the guard to recite the morning litany. He had also seen the guard take a fortress monastery's outer fields with bayonets because no angels came and the emperor's servants were expected to die usefully. Here, both methods were failing. The war had too many heads. Chaos cults rose in hive-sump districts. Orc freebooter ships prowled the outer mineral belts, drawn by noise and blood. Drukhari raiders cut open refugee convoys and left the ships drifting with their holds full of skinless survivors nailed to bulkheads as bait. Something tyrannid, small but patient, had seeded itself in the corpse reclamation plants of 2 moons. The tow had not come, but their watercast lies had been found printed on ration wrappers in 3 manufactorum districts. Necron glyphs flickered under one dead mining world whenever orbital bombardment cracked the crust too deeply, and beneath all of it, like a pulse under a corpse's skin, moved the Hydra. Voss had followed Protocol Tenebrae through data systems that should not have known of one another. Imperial tithe ledgers, traitor ammunition manifests, a Mechanicus Noospheric prayer chain, dead Xenos beacons discovered on a moon with no atmosphere. The code never appeared whole. It nested in contradictions. A wrong shipment here, a missing officer there, a phrase embedded in casualty returns, a cipher hidden inside the error logs of an orbital macro cannon that had not fired in 9 years. Every trace pointed toward the forge moon of Varax. Varax had once made engines for the Imperium, Lehman Russ hulls, basilisk barrels, void shield coils, promethium pumps, munition casings in numbers large enough to make administratum scribes weep with gratitude. Now the moon hung above Gathalamor Secundus like a rusted crown, its manufactorum rings broken, its refineries burning blue with warp fire. Demon smoke rose from its equatorial furnace cracks. The Mechanicus seals had been inverted. The machine hymns broadcast from its towers contained screaming under the binary. Imperial Command believed Varax had fallen to a general uprising of heretics and flesh cults. Imperial Command was wrong. The Iron Warriors had taken it. Warsmith Barax Thane had brought the Bitter Wound Warband out of the rift in a fleet of slab-sided murder ships, their hulls black iron and hazard-marked brass, their holds full of siege automata, corrupted artillery, chain gangs, demon engines, and mortal thralls with their tongues cut out to save air and discipline. The Iron Warriors had not come to worship. They had come to build. They had come to turn Varax into a gun pointed at the subsector's heart. They hated the Alpha Legion with the special purity of warriors who believed hatred was more reliable than trust. Voss descended to Varax inside a Stormbird whose machine spirit had been gagged with inquisitorial override chains. Tempester Krail sat across from him, one arm replaced with augmetic iron after terror, his face scarred where Hydra shrapnel had kissed him beneath the eye. Around them waited the remnants of the kill cell, stormtroopers in black plate, combat shotguns mag-locked, hellguns charged, rebreathers sealed against demon ash. No one spoke. The descent did enough screaming for all of them. Flak burst around the Stormbird in black flowers. The hull rang with impacts. Beneath them the forge moon grew, all red furnace light and broken industry. Voss saw manufactorum canyons miles deep, conveyor planes tangled with corpses, and Titan-sized cranes moving without operators under scrap code possession. Demon engines crawled through the ash wastes, dragging chains of slaves into furnace mouths. Above one foundry district, a void shield dome flickered like a diseased blister. Inside it, Iron Warriors' artillery hammered the Loyalist siege lines below, each discharge shaking dust from orbitals and teeth from skulls. "Landing zone compromised," the pilot voxed. Krail checked his weapon. "All landing zones are compromised." The Stormbird hit the deck hard enough to crack a restraint harness. The ramp slammed down into smoke and red light. Voss ran into hell. The ground outside was not ground. It was compacted ash, brass shell casings, bone fragments, and oily mud that clung to boots like hands. The air was hot enough to scald exposed skin. Sirens howled from broken towers. Somewhere nearby, a demon-bound manufactorum press rose and fell, stamping screaming men into armor plates that came out on the other side, etched with their faces. A loyalist assault had reached the outer foundry causeway and was dying there. Cadian remnants, Mordian line companies, Krieg siege regiments, and penal battalions pushed forward beneath the guns. They advanced behind Lehman Russ squadrons and burning chimeras, through trenches already filled to the firing step with dead men. Basilisks, miles behind them, fired in rolling sequence, their shells screaming overhead to burst against the Iron Warriors' bastions. The impacts made mountains of flame. The bastions endured. That was what Iron Warriors built things to do. A Baneblade, named St. Drusus Ascendant, ground past Voss, its hull blackened, every sponson firing, its commander standing half out of the cupola, with a power sword raised and his coat on fire. An Iron Warrior's Lascannon beam cut through the turret. The super-heavy tank did not explode immediately. It sagged, ammunition cooking off inside, crewmen hammering at hatches that had warped shut. When it finally died, the blast lifted men from the trench lines and threw them down in pieces. Krail dragged Voss behind a broken conveyor pylon as shrapnel tore across their path.
Your Hydra had better be worth this, he snarled. It already is, Voss said. His Auspex displayed an Alpha Legion cipher less than a kilometer away, moving through the Iron Warrior's command lattice like a ghost through a tomb. 3 Chaos officers had died in the last hour. 1 Dark Apostle found with his skull filled with molten lead. 1 Heretic Magos vented into vacuum through a maintenance shrine. 1 Iron Warrior's siege captain shot through both hearts by a weapon that had never triggered the Fortress Auspex. Yet every assassination had left Imperial Command blind. Vox relays failed after Alpha Legion passage. Targeting cogitators misread grid coordinates. Loyalist artillery struck empty ground, while Iron Warriors' kill zones opened elsewhere. Voss began to understand. The Alpha Legion were not aiding the Imperium. They were using it as weight. 1 million guardsmen pressed against the fortress, not because they were expected to win, but because their dying shaped where the Iron Warriors looked. The Guards spent 1 million lives taking a trench line. The Alpha Legion killed 1 Vox officer, changed 1 order, and made the enemy abandon 10,000 kilometers. That was not mercy. It was not loyalty in any form Voss had been taught to recognize. It was effective. They reached the lower machine chapel by crawling through a drainage aqueduct clogged with black water and bloated bodies. Some wore Imperial flak, some wore cult robes, some had Iron Warriors' hazard stripes painted on torn flesh, mockery or punishment. Voss pushed through them with his bolt pistol raised, feeling hands brush his coat as the current shifted the dead. The chapel above shook with battle. Voss emerged beneath a broken altar to the Omnissiah and found the Alpha Legion already there. 3 of them. Sea green armor dulled beneath forged soot. Hydra markings obscured. 1 had a blade buried in the throat of an Iron Warrior's tech thrall. Another stood over a dead warsmith's adjutant, extracting data from the corpse's spinal ports with a cable plugged into his gauntlet. The 3rd aimed a bolter at Voss before he had fully risen from the sludge. Krail aimed back. No one fired. You again, Voss said. The Alpha Legionary tilted his helm. That is an assumption. You are Alfarius? That is another. The chapel doors blew inward before Voss could answer. Iron Warriors came through the smoke. They were larger than the Alpha Legionaries, heavier, uglier in the brutal geometry of their warplate. Iron and brass, hazard stripes, spikes not for ornament, but for hooking corpses out of trenches. Their helms were blunt, their movements direct, their weapons unsubtle. Behind them came 2 obliterators, things that had once been legionaries, and were now walking arsenals of flesh metal, their arms shifting through weapon shapes as if their bones remembered every gun ever made. Autocannon muzzles grew from 1 monster's forearms. The chapel became red ruin. The first stormtrooper vanished from the waist up. Another was cut in half by a stream of heavy shells, his legs running 2 steps without him before collapsing. Voss fired until his bolt pistol locked empty, each round bursting against iron plate, staggering but not stopping. Krail's plasma gun howled and took an Iron Warrior in the knee, blowing the limb apart in molten shards. The traitor fell, dragged himself forward with 1 hand, and kept firing his bolter until an Alpha Legion blade entered through the back of his helm and exited through his mouth grill. The obliterators advanced. Their bodies opened. Guns emerged in wet mechanical convulsions. Flesh tore to make room for barrels. Ammunition belts formed from muscle and brass. They vomited fire. Not fired. Vomited. Shells, plasma, flame, and warp-tainted metal screamed from them in waves. 1 Alpha Legionary was caught full in the chest and hammered backward into the altar, his armor cratered, blood spraying from every seal. He still raised his bolter and placed 3 shots into the same eye lens of an Iron Warrior before dying. A voice rolled through the smoke, deep and contemptuous. You call this war? Warsmith Barax Thane entered through the shattered doors. He wore Terminator plate like a walking bastion, iron skull helm crowned with broken rebar, 1 gauntlet ending in a siege claw,
the other carrying a combi bolter whose barrels glowed from recent slaughter. Servo arms rose from his back, each one tipped with tools that could repair a fortress or vivisect a space marine. His armor was marked with kill tallies too numerous to count, and oaths etched in bitterness. The remaining Alpha Legionary answered while reloading. "No, this is editing." The void shield generator died above them. Not from bombardment, not from overload, from sabotage placed hours earlier, waiting for the exact moment when Iron Warrior's reserve armor had committed beneath its protection. The shield collapsed with a sound like the sky inhaling. Loyalist orbital fire came down through the gap. The forge district outside became light. Macro shells struck the bastion line. Iron Warrior's guns vanished in pillars of white fire. Demon engines screamed as lance strikes punched through their backs and pinned them burning to the foundry floor.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The shockwave tore through the chapel, throwing Voss into a pillar hard enough to crack ribs. The obliterators staggered. One was crushed beneath falling stone. The other turned its guns upward, as if rage could shoot orbit. The Alpha Legionary moved in the instant of confusion. He did not attack the Warsmith. He killed the Warsmith's signal slave. One bolt round through the skull, one through the command relay, one through the data core chained into the slave's back. Across the Iron Warrior's line, orders died. Voss understood, lying in blood and dust, that the entire battle had turned on the death of one mutilated creature no Imperial commander would ever have known to target. The Warsmith understood as well. His roar shook the chapel. The Alpha Legionary vanished into smoke before the siege claw closed around him. Voss forced himself to stand. His ears rang. His mouth tasted of blood. Krail was alive, half buried under masonry, cursing through broken teeth. The remaining stormtroopers were dead or dying. Outside, the Loyalist assault surged because no one had told it to stop. Men ran into fire. Tanks ground over bodies. Priests screamed praises. Iron Warriors' lines buckled, not from lack of strength, but from sudden absence of certainty. Then the far wall of the chapel split open. Something walked through the breach. At first, Voss thought it was a demon prince. Then he saw the control in its stride and knew that was wrong. No warp beast moved with such economy. No possessed thing carried stillness like a drawn blade. It was too large for an Astartes, too perfectly proportioned for a corrupted warlord. Its armor darkened Hydra scale over a frame that made the Alpha Legion dead around it seem like lesser reflections. Firelight ran across green plates and black edges. A spear rested in its hand, long and pale and hateful, its blades folded like a serpent's fangs before the strike. The Iron Warriors stopped firing. Even the Warsmith turned. The Vox channels filled with dying voices, some Imperial, some traitor, some speaking from helms already cracked open and full of blood. One name passed through them all: Omegon. Warsmith Barax Thane did not believe in ghosts. He believed in load-bearing walls, overlapping fields of fire, ammunition stockpiles, casualty tolerances, void shield harmonics, and the clean honesty of artillery. He believed in iron because iron did not flatter. He believed in hatred because hatred did not decay into philosophy when exposed to pressure. He believed in siegecraft because every soul, fortress, empire, and god had a breaking point if enough weight was placed upon it for long enough. He did not believe the thing walking through the breach was Omegon. The Primarch was dead, perhaps, or hidden, perhaps, or never separate from Alfarius in any meaningful sense, perhaps. The 20th had always drowned truth in mirrors, until even the mirror forgot what it reflected. Thane had killed Alpha Legionaries who died claiming to be their Primarch. He had interrogated Hydra-marked spies who laughed under nerve drills and confessed 7 incompatible truths before their organs failed. He had watched captured Alpha Legion captains contradict one another with absolute conviction, each insisting he alone served the real design. So when the giant in dark hydra scale strode through the shattered wall of the machine chapel on Varax, carrying a pale, double-bladed spear and the silence of a loaded gun, Thane reached for disbelief first. Imposter, demon, psychological weapon. All three possibilities stood before him, equal in contempt. The giant did not charge. That offended Thane more than fury would have. A world-eater would have roared. A Night Lord would have performed terror like a butcher with an audience. A son of Horus would have spoken of destiny. This one merely advanced, each step placed with the calm of a commander editing a map. Thane's siege claw closed around the nearest Alpha Legion corpse and hurled it at him. The giant moved the spear. The body separated without resistance. Ceramite, bone, fused organs, ammunition, and dead flesh became two halves that passed either side of him and struck the walls in wet impacts. Where the spear cut, the meat did not bleed properly. It smoked. It became black vapor, oily and thin, as if matter itself had been reminded it was temporary. Sarisanata, the pale spear. Thane had heard the old whispers, a weapon from the dark between known histories. Xenos wrought, or older than Xenos, or stolen from a vault mankind should never have opened. It pierced defense fields. It ignored craft. It made living material dissolve, as though ashamed to remain whole beneath its edge. A weapon of the Hydra, a weapon for murder, made to look like geometry. Thane fired his combi bolter. The giant was no longer where the shots landed. A lesser warrior would have called it speed. Thane recognized something worse. Anticipation. The spear-bearer had moved before Thane had committed to the shot. He had read the angle of the gauntlet, the micro-tension in the shoulder servos, the half-breath before recoil. He had not dodged the bolts. He had departed the place they were going to punish. "Kill it," Thane voxed. His iron warriors obeyed without question. That was why they were superior to the Hydra. No riddles, no secret loyalties, no layered games of loyalty pretending to be treachery, pretending to be something else. Iron endured. Iron obeyed the shape of war. Terminators moved into the breach, cataphractii plate grinding, chain fists snarling awake, combi weapons spitting flame and bolt fire. Thane's surviving obliterator dragged itself from beneath fallen masonry, its flesh-metal mass rippling as new guns pushed through old wounds. It screamed through corrupted Vox speakers as its body birthed a Lascanon barrel from the ruin of its left arm. The giant walked into them, not through them, into them as a surgeon's hand enters an opened chest. The first cataphractii raised a thunder hammer. Sarisanata touched the hammerhead, and the power field stuttered out like a strangled prayer. The return stroke entered beneath the Terminator's gorget. Thane saw the helm lift from the body, with the spine still attached, vertebrae glistening, cables tearing loose in blue sparks. The flesh around the cut became black smoke. The armor stood empty for a moment before it fell. The second closed with a chain fist. The giant let the weapon pass close enough to score his pauldron, then drove one gauntlet into the Terminator's faceplate. Not a punch, a placement. Fingers closed around the helm's front grille and crushed inward. Lenses burst. The warrior's skull collapsed under ceramite pressure. Blood and grey pulp squeezed out through the broken respirator slots before the body dropped to its knees. The obliterator fired. The beam struck the giant squarely. Void hardened artificer plate flashed under the impact. The armor held for a heartbeat. Then the spear moved, not at the beam, but at the meat gun producing it. Sarisanata passed through the obliterator's arm, then through the torso, then out through the fused ammunition hives embedded in its back. The monster opened from collar to hip. Guns inside it screamed, not fired, screamed. Barrel mouths became throats. Shells cooked within living chambers. Flesh metal sloughed away in ropes, dissolving into black vapor where the spear's edge had kissed it. The thing fell apart with a wet metallic avalanche, its corrupted Vox speakers still howling after the lungs were gone. Thane felt something old and clean move inside him. Not fear, recognition. A fortress knows the tremor of a weapon made to breach it. The chapel died around him. His warriors died with it. The Hydra operatives vanished into smoke, killing the wounded, cutting data lines, silencing anyone who might repair the damage. The Imperial weaklings outside surged beneath orbital fire, but Thane no longer cared for the ground battle. Varax had become compromised. The Void would decide the next exchange. He withdrew.
Not because he was beaten, but because a siege master did not spend his last shell on insult. Fleet command. Thane voxed through a channel chained to his armor's internal transmitters. Execute Black Masonry. All ground assets become expendable. Bring down the moon's defense lattice upon the Loyalist fleet. I want the sky filled with wreckage. The giant looked at him through the smoke. Thane knew he had heard. For the first time, the spear-bearer spoke. You are late. Thane's claw flexed. For what? For the war you thought you were commanding. Then the chapel vanished beneath collapsing stone and lance fire, and Thane's teleportarium dragged him screaming through static into the iron womb of his grand cruiser. The unyielding Malice was a proper ship. It had none of the weak elegance of imperial vessels built to please cathedral architects and frightened priests. It was a fortress with engines. Its spine was layered with armor belts, its gun decks thick with macro cannon batteries, torpedo tubes, bombardment mortars, and siege claws designed to bite into orbital plates and hold while boarding parties turned defenders into paste. Its bridge was a bunker suspended inside a larger bunker. Its crew were chained to their stations. Its slaves were branded by deck and function. Its machine spirit hated everything beyond its own hull, and had been rewarded for that hatred with 10,000 years of war. Thane arrived on the Strategium deck amid teleport lightning and the stench of scorched blood. Report! His bridge thralls shouted over one another until a servo arm impaled the slowest through the chest and lifted him off the deck as an example. Void shields cycling at acceptable degradation, Lord. Loyalist frigate line crippled. Alpha Legion signatures uncertain. Uncertain is not a report, Thane said. The officer who had spoken swallowed. False returns across port battery arcs. Multiple Hydra transponders. Some read as friendly, some as wreckage, some as our own escorts. Thane turned slowly. Then shoot everything. The order pleased the ship. He felt it through the deck, felt the great batteries wake, felt ammunition elevators slam upward, felt thousands of slaves die by degrees loading shells too large for their bodies to comprehend. The unyielding Malice opened fire into the void with the wrath of a fortress line. Imperial ships burned. So did Iron Warrior's escorts. Thane watched without regret. Friendly fire was a phrase invented by cowards who believed the battlefield owed them clarity. If an escort could not survive confusion, it had already failed. Then the enemy boarded. No assault rams appeared on Auspex, no torpedo impacts, no alarms until the killing began. The first warning came when the command deck's secondary navigator screamed through a sealed channel and then went silent. The second came when the helmsman in the forward control trench began dying from left to right, each skull detonating against his restraint throne in neat sequence, brain matter spraying across brass cogitators and command slates. The third warning was the bridge blast doors sealing from the wrong side. Alpha Legion. No, not Legion. Not merely. Thane knew before the pict feed found him. The giant in Hydra scale walked through Corridor Bastion 9, already deep inside the ship, already past the outer kill corridors, already beyond 3 bulkheads that should have required siege charges to breach. Around him moved Alpha Legion kill teams, but they were incidental. He was the design. They were punctuation. Terminators to the bridge, Thane ordered. Breacher phalanxes to navigate a sanctum and helm trench, seal all command arteries, flood lower access with phosphex. Lord, our own crew.
Thane turned his helm toward the officer. The officer corrected himself. Flooding now. The picked feed showed the phosphex release ignite across the lower decks in crawling white-green flame. Men became torches that ran without direction, clawing at armor, bulkheads one another. Servitors burned in their sockets. Ammunition handlers fell into shell racks and cooked inside their own uniforms. The flame crawled like a living accusation. The Hydra giant did not descend. He had already chosen the upper route. Thane admired that, hated it, admired it. The Navigator Sanctum fell in less than a minute. The first navigator died, seated, third eye opened by a power dagger before he could drag the attacker's soul into madness. The second had his spinal plugs torn free from the command cradle, his body arching as cables ripped out wet and sparkling from the back of his skull. The third tried to flee into a panic vault. Saracenata pierced the door, the field beyond it, and the man behind both. His body dissolved from the wound outward, first chest, then throat, then face, his scream becoming black vapor that smeared the inside of the crystal canopy. Without navigators, the unyielding malice could still fight. Without helmsman, it could still drift. Without command, it could still kill. Thane had designed redundancy into every cruelty. The Hydra giant removed the redundancies in order. He killed the command staff first, not the loudest officers, not the most decorated, the necessary ones. The gunnery prefect, whose hands never shook. The data savant, wired into the lance targeting cradle. The slave chorus that repeated orders across the lower decks. The master of engines whose flesh was welded into a brass throne beneath the plasma monitors. Each death came at the point where the ship's will passed into action. Thane watched the feeds blink out one by one. His cataphractii guard formed around the bridge, shields locked, heavy flamers ready, chain fists active. A breacher phalanx in Terminator plate was not easily moved. It was a wall that hated. It was iron given oath and gun. The blast doors opened. The giant stood beyond them. For a moment, no one fired. The bridge crews, the iron warriors, the chained slaves, even the half-mad machine priests seemed to understand that something from older war had entered. He wore the Hydra, but he did not look like a servant of chaos. No tentacles, no bone growths, no obscene trophies, no warp flame. His armor was marked by battle, but not by worship. The scales of his plate caught the emergency lumen glow in dark green, like a serpent under deep water. The pale spear rested in one hand. Thane stepped forward. Alfarius is dead. The giant inclined his head slightly. Often. You are an imposter. Sometimes. A demon. No. A weapon. Yes. Thane raised his siege claw. Traitor. The giant's helm turned, as if the word had weight, but no importance. You confuse allegiance with honesty. The bridge erupted. Heavy flamers washed the doorway in burning promethium. Bolters hammered. A cyclone launcher shrieked from a Terminator's carapace and filled the entrance with fragmentation fire. The giant came through it, damaged but unhurried. One Alpha Legionary died behind him, torn apart by overlapping fire. Another rolled beneath the flame and placed a melter bomb against the shield line before being crushed under a chain fist. The blast opened the phalanx. Saracenata entered. Cataphractii plate split where it should have held. Storm shields failed, as if their fields had forgotten how to resist. A Terminator swung a chain fist into the giant's side and scored armor deep enough to draw dark blood. The giant caught the warrior's wrist, turned it, and forced the chain fist back through its owner's breastplate. The teeth chewed through ceramite and into the chest cavity, spraying bone chips, shredded hearts, and engine oil across the deck. Thane charged. His siege claw closed around the spear haft. For a heartbeat, they were locked together. Iron against Hydra, siege against secret. Thane poured power through his armor, servos screaming, deck plating cracking beneath his boots. The giant met him without strain Thane could read. not stronger by display, stronger by absence of waste. "You came for my ship," Thane growled. "No," the giant said. "I came for where your ship would go." The words reached Thane too late. The unyielding malice still had engines, still had mass, still had a course locked by commands issued before its helmsman died. It was not being destroyed. It was being aimed. "Undo it," Thane voxed. No reply. "Helm." No reply. Engine sanctum. Static, then screaming. The giant twisted the spear haft free and drove one armored knee into Thane's torso with force enough to buckle plate. Thane staggered back. Saracenata cut across his left servo arm, dissolving tool, cable, and socket into smoke. Pain flared through his neural links. He answered with the siege claw, catching the giant's pauldron and tearing free a scale of artificer plate. Blood marked the Hydra armor. The giant looked at it, then at Thane. For the first time, Thane thought the weapon might kill him. It did not. The giant stepped aside, the bridge oculus filled with fire. Ahead of the unyielding malice hung the chaos ritual engine Thane had believed his fleet defended. A moon-sized lattice of bone, iron, demon glass, and chained psychers hidden behind the Forge Moon's false defense grid. It had been built to turn the deaths of Gathalamor Secundus into a warp breach, to make billions of Imperial souls into a gate wide enough for a god's laughter to enter real space. Thane had known it was valuable. He had not known what it was, not fully. The architects above him had not trusted siege masters with sorcery. The Alpha Legion had, or had known enough to make the ignorance fatal. The unyielding malice rammed the ritual engine. There was no sound in the void, but the ship made one inside every skull aboard. The prow struck the lattice and broke. Void shields collapsed inward. Bone spires pierced armor belts. Chained psychers detonated in blue suns. Demon glass shattered, and each shard reflected a different hell before vaporizing. The unyielding malice drove deeper, engines still burning, pushing its own dying mass into the heart of the ritual machine. Escorts tried to evade and failed. Iron Warriors' ships, Imperial frigates, traitor gunboats, and defense monitors vanished in cascading fire as ammunition magazines and warp-charged pylons detonated one after another. From the crippled misericord of iron, Kael Voss watched the void become a grave of suns. The frigate had lost half its starboard guns. Its bridge oculus was cracked. Dead crewmen floated where grav plating had failed, their blood gathering into trembling spheres. Tempester Krail was strapped into a restraint throne beside him, one side of his face sealed with emergency staples, augmetic fingers digging into the armrest. "The defense fleet," Krail whispered. Voss watched loyal ships die in the blast wave. Ships that had held the line. Ships that had carried guardsmen, priests, shells, food, medici supplies, and last messages home. They burned alongside traitors. They burned because they had been placed where sacrifice would close the largest wound. "The world survives," Voss said. Krail turned on him. "At that price?" Voss had no answer that would not sound like the Hydra. The ritual engine died. The warp breach died unborn. Gathalamor Secundus, still burning below, would not become a gate for the Neverborn. Billions had been saved, if salvation could be measured from orbit, while their defenders became ash. The bridge alarms failed one by one. Then the teleport warning rune bloomed across the cracked command slate. Krail reached for his weapon. Too late. Blue-white lightning filled the bridge. The giant in Hydra's scaled armor appeared amid the dead. He was wounded, one pauldron torn, blood black under the lumen glow. The pale spear rested in his hand as if it weighed nothing. Around him, the surviving bridge crew froze. Some raised weapons, some prayed. One began to weep without sound. The giant ignored them. He looked at Voss. The interrogator felt the gaze through the helm lenses like a blade resting against his thoughts. Krail aimed his plasma pistol with a shaking hand. The giant did not turn. "Fire," he said, "and your ship dies ignorant." Voss stepped between them. The words came from his mouth before fear could strangle them. "What are you?" The giant's answer was immediate. "Necessary. That is not a name." "No. Names are where this began to fail." Voss thought of terror. The Hydra corpses, the boys spared and the stormtroopers murdered, the Slate, the Cabal, the dead of Varax, the Imperial fleet burning because the Alpha Legion had decided which lives purchased which future. "You saved the world," Voss said. The giant tilted his head. "Did I? You destroyed the ritual engine. I used your fleet to do it. You sacrificed loyal servants of the Emperor. Yes." The simplicity of it was worse than denial. Krail spat blood onto the deck. "Traitor." The giant looked at him then, and Krail went silent despite himself. Voss felt the ship groan around them, wounded, venting, alive only because stubborn machine spirits and dying ratings refused to surrender. "Why come here?" Voss asked. The giant stepped closer. Every instinct in Voss screamed at him to move back. He did not. Pride, terror, training, and stupidity held him in place. "Because you followed the first thread and did not cut it when it bled," the giant said. "Protocol Tenebrae." A pause. "Yes. What is it?" "A war that cannot be admitted. Against chaos? Against certainty." Voss almost laughed. It came out as a broken breath. "That is Hydra nonsense." "No. It is why you are still alive." The giant leaned closer, and in that moment, Voss understood that whether this was Omegon, imposter, demon, or weapon no longer mattered. The result was the same. He stood before a being who had made loyalty into a murder engine and carried it through 10,000 years without asking forgiveness from anyone. The Primarch, or the lie wearing him, offered Voss an open gauntlet. "Choose, Interrogator Militant Kael Voss of the Ordo Hereticus. Die loyal and ignorant, and be remembered by men who will misunderstand why you died." The bridge burned around them. Beyond the oculus, the void filled with wreckage and false stars. "Or live," Omegon said, "long enough to hate the truth." The memory did not open like a record. It opened like a wound. Kael Voss stood upon the crippled bridge of the Misericord of iron, with the taste of blood still drying behind his teeth, and the giant in Hydra-scaled armor laid one gauntlet against the side of his skull. Tempester Krail shouted something. A weapon whined as it charged. Crewmen screamed in warning, or prayer, or both. None of it reached Voss cleanly. The world narrowed to the pressure of ceramite fingers against his temple, and the green-black lenses staring down at him from a helm without mercy. "You wanted truth," the giant said. Voss tried to answer. His jaw locked. His spine arched against a force that was not psychic in any manner he understood, yet not mechanical either. It was colder than sorcery, and more intimate than torture. Something entered his sight through the optic nerves and burned away the bridge, the smoke, the dead, the wreckage beyond the oculus. The Misericord vanished. Krail vanished. The 41st millennium folded backward until it was nothing but ash on a black wind. Then Voss saw Pluto, not as a pilgrim might see it in a sanctioned chart, not as a dead sphere at the edge of the cradle system. He saw it through the eyes of a sun made before the Imperium had learned how completely suns could betray one another. He saw Pluto and its moons wrapped in defense grids, orbital bastions, listening posts, void mine constellations, gun platforms, macro cannon stations, and fleets of warriors who had been told that if Sol fell, mankind's dream died screaming. He saw the outer gate of terror. He saw the Imperial fists waiting there. Stubborn yellow ships burned bright against the dark, smaller in number than the storm coming for them, yet positioned with the cold discipline of warriors who had turned refusal into doctrine. Their formation was not flamboyant. It did not need to be. Every vessel supported another. Every gun arc overlapped. Every retreat line was also a trap. They were fewer, yes, But numbers mattered less when a commander understood exactly where he wished to die and how much he intended the enemy to pay for the privilege. Omegon watched them from a place the record refused to name. He was not upon the spear tip. He was not among the vessels that would soon bloom from concealment and turn Pluto's quiet into slaughter. He was elsewhere, distant in body, present in calculation, connected to the approaching war by signals buried beneath signals and instincts no mortal science had named. He had spent a year listening to silence, a solar year. The Alpha Legion fleet had crawled into Sol like poison through a vein. Minimum power, stasis drift. Heat bled away into the void until the ships were little more than metal ghosts. Reactors banked low, crew entombed in cold discipline, mortal ratings frozen in restraint racks, their breath slowed by drugs, their muscles wasting beneath frost. Legionaries waited in armor, unmoving for months, hearts beating at burial pace, thoughts folded inward around oaths they might never speak aloud. Ships became debris. Debris became background. Background became forgotten. That was the first victory. The enemy did not fire upon what he had been taught not to see. When the order came, the dead fleet woke. Over 200 vessels answered. Their engines ignited like murderers opening their eyes. Strike cruisers, battle barges, escorts, false wrecks, masked raiders, sacrificial hulks, and fire ships hidden among the attack force. The void around Pluto erupted in engine flare and weapon discharge. The listening posts died first, their final signals swallowed or turned against their masters. Minefields detonated in patterns no loyalist could mistake for accident. Fire ships accelerated under remote command, their bellies full of volatile death, their machine spirits singing lunatic hymns as they drove toward Imperial formations. The Imperial fists did not panic. Voss felt Omegon's acknowledgement of that, cold and exact. The Sons of Dawn turned to meet the storm. Smaller fleet, yes. Mauled by surprise, yes. Cut from clean sight by false returns, heat ghosts, debris signatures, and Hydra sabotage. Yet still, they held shape. Their captains did not waste time cursing treachery. Their gunnery crews did not fire wildly into false echoes. They received the first impact and answered with the mathematics of siege defense translated into void war. Macro shells tore through Alpha Legion escorts. Lance fire sliced a fire ship open before it could reach the Fist's center line, spilling plasma and burning crew into the dark. A Hydra-marked cruiser vanished when 3 Imperial Fists vessels caught it between converging batteries and crushed its shields under disciplined, simultaneous fire. Its hull cracked. Atmosphere and bodies burst from it in silver clouds, then froze, drifting as glittering carrion between the fleets. Then the fire ship struck. One hit a defense platform above Pluto's night side and became a temporary star. The platform died in layers, void shields flaring, armor buckling, gun decks peeling outward, crew compartments vomiting, burning men into vacuum. Another rammed an Imperial Fist's escort amidships, its warhead gutting the loyal vessel from within. Voss saw yellow-armored warriors fighting in corridors already open to space, bolters locked to mag clamps, blood leaving their wounds as red spheres that froze before they struck the walls. They sealed bulkheads with their own bodies. They died standing where lesser men would have clawed at doors. All of it was too large for one mind, yet the memory held more. Beneath the void battle, beneath Pluto's orbital fires and the moon fortresses, answering with guns older than some empires, another war moved. Boarding claws bit into hulls. Teleport strikes flashed into command decks. Breacher shields locked against breacher shields. Alpha Legion kill teams came wearing false codes, false heraldry, false faces. Imperial Fists met them with shield walls, bolt discipline, and the immovable contempt of warriors who did not need to understand deception in order to kill the deceiver. Omegon watched, and he knew the hidden purpose had already begun to die and be born at the same time. Alfarius had gone where the eye would follow. That was his nature. Not vanity, function. He made himself the answer to the riddle, so the enemy would believe the riddle solved. His strike into soul was too bold, too visible, too layered to be merely an attempt at victory. It was a message written in ships and corpses, a test delivered by blade, a warning forced upon Rogel Dawn in the only language the Praetorian of Terror could never ignore. Your walls can be reached, your vigilance can be blinded, your enemy is already inside the system. Harden soul, bleed now or die later when Horus comes. Perhaps that was the truth. Perhaps it was one truth among several. Alpha Legion truths rarely traveled alone. Voss felt Omegon's mind circle the possibility without embracing comfort. If Alfarius intended to save Terra by wounding its pride, then the cost was monstrous. If he intended to open the way for Horus, then the same actions wore a different name. If he intended both, trusting outcome to the pressure of stronger wills, then treachery and loyalty had ceased to be opposites and become edges of the same blade. The memory shifted, not to the duel itself, not fully. It would not yield the intimacy of that chamber, or that deck, or that moment where Primarch faced Primarch beyond the honest comprehension of lesser beings. It showed fragments, as if the record could not survive direct. Witness, gold, green, stone under armored boots, the flash of a spear, the answering sweep of a blade made for execution, not display. Rogel Dawn appeared as a wall given wrath. Auramite burned across him, battered by war, still radiant with purpose. He was not quick in the way Fulgrim would have been quick, nor savage in the way Russ would have been savage. He was inevitable. Each movement denied ground, each strike ended argument. He was fortress logic made flesh, a demigod whose anger had been compressed into duty until it became harder than iron. Alfarius moved like the question no fortress wished to hear. Spearlight cut the air, ceramite split. Blood crossed gold and green in arcs too bright to be mortal. Their weapons met with force that buckled decks and shattered the bones of warriors fighting too close. Legionaries died in the storm around them, not as participants, but as debris thrown from the collision of two designed catastrophes. A blade passed through a pauldron and tore free meat beneath. A spear found a weakness that should not have existed and left black smoke where flesh had been. Dawn bled. Alfarius bled. The deck drank Primarch blood and became a place no sane historian would ever describe correctly. Voss felt pain then, not from wound, from absence approaching. Omegon, far away, stopped breathing. No alarm had sounded, no vox had told him, no courier had come bearing impossible news. The bond knew before information could crawl. One soul, two bodies. A phrase too small, too poetic, too human to contain the reality, yet near enough to wound. Something within Omegon tightened as Alfarius pressed the attack. Something stretched across distance, across void, across all the lies they had built between themselves and the galaxy. Then it snapped. Dawn's blade fell. The memory refused to show the full stroke, or perhaps Omegon's mind refused to hold it in a shape Voss could survive. There was only impact, broken spearlight, torn scale, gold armor wet with blood, green armor opening beneath a force no deceit could turn aside. Alfarius, who had been the face, the voice, the visible hand, died beneath the Praetorian's wrath. A Primarch's death was not like the death of a man. Men ended, their bodies failed, their minds fled, their blood cooled. This was a star being removed from a constellation. Voss felt psychic silence arrive like a blade through the universe. Not loud, not theatrical, a cold subtraction. Half a presence that had always been there simply ceased. The absence had edges. It cut everything it touched. Omegon stood wherever he had been standing, in whatever unnamed ship or chamber or hidden place the memory would not reveal, and the universe became smaller by one impossible brother. He did not fall. He did not cry out. He did not clutch at his chest like some mortal in a chapel drama. Grief would have been too simple, too indulgent. This was not grief as men understood it. It was cauterization. A part of him burned away so quickly that pain had no time to become expression. He became colder, because warmth now led to a place that was gone. For one moment, Voss thought he saw Alfarius through Omegon's eyes as 1,000 images layered together. A child never known, a reflection in armor glass, a voice speaking from the other side of a strategy table, a warrior beneath alien stars, a lie told so often it became shelter, a brother who was also a mask that had just been split by Dawn's blade. Then the images vanished. Omegon stood alone. Around Pluto, the battle continued without understanding what had died. Ships burned, fists held. Alpha Legion vessels withdrew, attacked, sacrificed themselves, or vanished into the void under orders written before the first gun fired. Fire ships became coffins. Boarding parties became red mist in yellow corridors. Loyalist defense lines hardened exactly as the attack had demanded. Every corpse became evidence for whichever interpretation survived long enough to be believed. Alfarius had failed. Alfarius had succeeded. Both statements breathed in the same darkness. Omegon turned from the distant war. His attendants, if there were attendants, did not speak. The memory rendered them as shadows, perhaps because they were unimportant, perhaps because Voss was not permitted to know them. A helm waited upon a plinth of black iron, scaled, faceless, marked with the Hydra. Omegon looked at it for a long time. Then he reached for it. The act was heavier than mourning. It was not disguise. It was inheritance, execution, continuation. The face had died, so the absence became the face. The galaxy had never understood that Alfarius was not a single point to remove. Dawn had killed his brother. Dawn had not killed the war. The helm sealed over Omegon's features. Runes awakened across his vision. Command channels opened. Fleet losses scrolled in cold procession. Casualty estimates. Withdrawal patterns. Loyalist response adjustments. Strategic consequences. Emotional reality found no place in the data stream. That was mercy of a kind. A Vox rune burned crimson. Priority transmission. Warmaster authority. The bridge, or chamber, or hidden command sanctum became darker. Even in memory, Voss felt the pressure of Horus Lupercal's attention. Not the smiling son of old triumphs, not the noble war leader painted in remembrancer oils. The Warmaster who now stood at the center of treachery and called it destiny. The channel opened. A voice filled the chamber, rich, commanding, edged with impatience, and the sickness of a greatness already turning inward upon itself. I will speak with Alfarius. Omegon stood in his dead brother's name. For the length of a heartbeat that was no longer shared, he said nothing. Then the Primarch, who was not there, answered, I am here, Warmaster. Voss came back to himself on his knees. He did not remember falling. That troubled him more than the pain. Pain was honest. Pain announced its presence and demanded attention like a wounded officer with more pride than sense. Memory loss was different. It was a door sealed from the wrong side. The bridge of the misericord of iron swam into focus through smoke, lumen flicker, and the red wash of emergency runes. Dead ratings floated where the grav plating still failed, their bodies turning slowly in the air, boots drifting above blood-slick deck panels. One man's skull had split against a command throne during decompression recoil. Grey matter had strung itself in wet ropes across a brass cogitator bank. Another was still strapped into his station, both hands fused to the controls by heat, his mouth open around a last order no one would ever hear. The ship groaned as if it had been stabbed and was trying not to shame itself by screaming. Tempester Krail stood with his plasma pistol leveled in both hands. His aim was steady despite the blood on his face and the trembling in his augmetic arm. That was discipline. That was why Voss had kept him alive after Terra, after Varex, after every order that should have killed better men. Krail's right eye was swollen shut beneath a smear of black blood. His remaining eye stared at the giant in Hydra-scaled armor with a hatred pure enough to pass for faith. Omegon stood before them. If it was Omegon, the name had become a wound in Voss's mind. A Primarch dead and not dead. A brother wearing a brother's name. A ghost made of strategy. A lie old enough to have armor around it. The giant had shown him Pluto, or had forced him to experience a memory manufactured to look like truth. Voss could not tell the difference. That was the Hydra's first victory. It did not need men to believe its lies. It only needed them to distrust everything else. Voss pushed himself upright. His mouth tasted of copper and incense ash. He touched his nose and found blood. His left ear rang with a thin, constant shriek. Somewhere beyond the bridge Oculus, the remnants of the defense fleet burned in slow silence, wreckage turning in the void above the world the Alpha Legion had saved by murdering its shield. "You killed them," Voss said. Omegon looked toward the Oculus. "Yes. No defense, no justification. You mistake explanation for absolution." Krail spat onto the deck. "Do not let it speak, interrogator. Give the order." Voss did not look away from the giant. "And then?" "Then we die loyal. That option has been offered already. It is the only one clean enough." Omegon's helm turned slightly toward Krail. "Clean deaths are an indulgence of men who arrive after the difficult work is done." Krail's finger tightened on the trigger. Voss raised one hand without taking his eyes from the Primarch. "Hold." The Tempester's jaw flexed. For a moment, Voss thought he would disobey. Then Krail lowered the pistol by the smallest degree. Not enough to be safe, enough to remain under command. Omegon seemed neither pleased nor relieved. He had expected obedience or death, and had prepared for either. "You wanted the truth," he said. "I wanted to know whether the Alpha Legion serves chaos." "No." The answer was immediate. Too immediate. Voss almost laughed. "Then you expect me to believe you are loyal?" "No." The contradiction hung between them like a blade. Omegon stepped through a pool of blood that had gathered where gravity still clung to the deck. His boots disturbed it only slightly. For a creature of such mass, he moved with hateful economy. "The Emperor's dream and the Imperium are not the same thing," he said. Voss felt anger rise because the words sounded too close to the arguments of every apostate he had burned. "Careful." "No. Listen carefully. There is a difference. The Emperor sought mankind ascendant, unified, rational, armed against the predation of the warp and the alien. He sought an empire as a weapon and a shield, not a church built around his corpse." The bridge seemed to darken around the words. Omegon continued. "The Imperium now is a corpse machine. It eats men and calls the appetite duty. It crushes thought and names ignorance purity. It binds worlds with tithes, fear, starvation, and scripture written by men who never heard the Emperor speak. It murders the innocent, wastes the brave, promotes the obedient, and mistakes suffering for virtue because suffering is all it has learned to produce reliably." Voss's hand closed around the grip of his bolt pistol. Omegon saw. Of course he saw. "And yet," the Primarch said, "it is still the wall." Voss said nothing. "It is a wall made of rot, bone, lies, and screaming. It is badly built. It kills the men repairing it. It feeds vermin in its foundations. It leans over an abyss and calls the lean divine purpose. But beyond it waits annihilation. Not defeat, not conquest. Annihilation. The warp, the tyrannid hunger, the sleeping dynasties beneath dead suns, the green tide, the predators in the webway, the ambitions of men who think a throne is worth the species." Krail laughed without humor. "So you butcher loyal servants to protect them?" "I butcher loyal servants to preserve the only battlefield on which mankind still exists." "That is treason," Voss said. Omegon turned back to him. "No, treason seeks to replace the master. I seek to complete his unfinished command." The silence after that was worse than thunder. Voss had heard madness in confession chambers. He had heard cult prophets giggle through broken teeth while promising paradises of blood. He had heard rogue psychers speak in the voices of their dead mothers, while demons used their tongues as doors. He had heard governors justify selling populations to Xenos raiders because the tithe had been too high. Omegon did not sound like them. That made it worse. Madness could be dismissed. Fanaticism could be burned. This was reason sharpened until it no longer resembled sanity. "You have spent 10,000 years attacking the Imperium," Voss said. "Yes. Sabotaging crusades, when their success would have opened larger wounds. Murdering commanders, when their survival led to worse outcomes. Corrupting records, to prevent enemies from reading them first. Slaughtering your own sons, when they became liabilities. You say these things as though they are entries in a ledger. They are." Voss crossed the distance between them before Krail could stop him. He stood close enough to see his own pale reflection warped across the dark green curve of Omegon's breastplate. "You are not noble. No, you are not a secret saint. No, you are a monster. Yes." Again, no hesitation, no shame, no rage, only acceptance as cold as void metal. Omegon leaned down slightly, and the scale of him pressed upon the bridge. The Emperor did not make sons, so they could remain clean. Voss wanted to deny it. He wanted the shape of the universe to be simpler. Traitor and loyalist. Heretic and faithful. Hydra and Aquila. Clean categories, stamped and sealed, fit for execution orders and after-action reports. But he had seen too much. The boy spared beneath terror, and the stormtroopers murdered for witnessing it. The prophecy engine destroyed. The ritual engine stopped by sacrificing an entire defense fleet. Pluto's memory. Alpharius dying beneath Dawn's blade, and Omegon answering Horus in the voice of the dead. No single explanation survived all of it. Omegon raised his gauntlet. The air above his palm filled with ghostlight, a hololithic projection resolving from a projector hidden somewhere in his armor. It showed the galaxy as Voss had never seen it. Not a map of territories, but a network of infections. Hydra marks appeared in impossible places. Inside imperial cult hierarchies, where preachers had unknowingly repeated activation phrases buried in sermons for generations. Inside chaos warbands, where champions who believed themselves chosen by the gods were steered by armor serfs carrying false ammunition tallies. Inside renegade fleets, where shipmasters raided the wrong convoy because a navigator's dream had been altered by a prayer wheel decades before. Inside administratum archives, where tithe routes, census records and famine reports contained ciphers beneath clerical errors. Inside rogue trader dynasties, passed through marriage contracts, debt ledgers, and the private oaths of void-born heirs. Inside anti-Alpha Legion task forces, where huntmasters had spent their lives following trails laid down before their grandparents were conceived. Voss saw inquisitorial seals among the projection. His stomach tightened. Omegon noticed. "The Inquisition is not stupid," he said. "It is merely young in the ways that matter. It believes paranoia is the same as depth. Paranoia sees enemies everywhere. Depth asks who benefits from being seen." The projection shifted. A torture chamber appeared. Voss recognized the architecture. Black iron walls, drainage channels, suspensor chains, hexagrammic warding, the seal of the Ordo Hereticus beneath a layer of old blood. A captured Alpha Legionary hung from the ceiling by hooks punched through the meat beneath his shoulders. His armor had been removed. His body was a ruin of deliberate persistence. Pain gloves encased both hands, fingers broken and reset badly so each nerve could be awakened in sequence. Nerve staples ran down his spine, each one wired to a brass pain engine that clicked with devotional rhythm. His ribs had been opened and sealed again more than once. One eye was gone. His tongue had been split, but not removed. Truth serums had blackened the veins in his throat. One leg was shattered at 3 points and fixed in place with clamps, so it could not heal correctly. He was smiling. Voss did not want to know him. He did. "Kassafold," Voss said. "Your predecessor captured him," Omegon replied. 11 days of interrogation. 11 days of pain administered by men who believed they were cutting truth from a traitor. Voss watched the memory unfold. An inquisitor in a red-lined coat paced before the prisoner. Male, bald, eyes hollow from zeal and sleeplessness. A chirurgeon adjusted the pain engine. A priest read condemnation from a book bound in human skin. Stormtroopers stood at attention along the walls, pretending the smell did not reach them. The Alpha Legionary confessed. He confessed to being one of Alfarius's inner circle. Then, to being a false defector sent by Omegon. Then, to serving the Black Legion. Then, to sabotaging the Black Legion. Then, to knowing the location of 3 hidden Alpha Legion fortress cells. Each truth contradicted the last. Each was supported by enough evidence to be believed by men desperate for pattern. The Inquisition did not accept the first confession. It accepted the wrong one. Fold laughed when they did. The sound crawled over Voss's skin. Not laughter of madness, laughter of success. 3 Imperial Crusades redeployed on the strength of that confession. One into a system where a Tyranid splinter fleet was forced to expose itself early. One toward a shrine world whose fall would have opened a pilgrim route to demonic infestation. One away from a dead zone where the Alpha Legion needed traitor forces to believe the Imperial flank had collapsed. Millions died in the redeployments. Billions lived because of them. Or perhaps because of something else. Or perhaps Voss was now being handed another curated truth, polished and poisoned. He forced himself to ask the question, "Why show me this?" "Because every discovery you have made was placed in your path." Voss felt as though the deck had opened beneath him. No. Yes. Terra? Yes. The slate? Yes. Varax? Yes. The data trail through Marrowdeep? Yes. My master's death? Omegon did not answer at once. That was answer enough. Krail raised his plasma pistol again. "You throne damned serpent." Omegon ignored him. Voss could not breathe properly. He thought of his master, Inquisitor Halbrecht Varn, burned alive inside a sealed archive when a demon host broke containment during an Alpha Legion investigation. Voss had inherited the rosette, the vendetta, the files. He had thought grief had chosen his path. Duty had narrowed it. Hate had strengthened it. Now the Hydra told him the road had been paved before he ever stepped upon it. "I was a child," Voss said. "When the first condition was set," Omegon replied, "yes." The urge to shoot him was almost overwhelming. It rose through Voss like a prayer. His fingers tightened on the bolt pistol until the grip creaked. "Why me?" "Because you resist simple answers, but still require them enough to keep moving. That is not an answer. It is the only kind that has preserved you." Voss drew the bolt pistol and aimed at Omegon's helm. The bridge froze. Krail did not speak. The surviving crew did not breathe. Warning runes flickered across cracked screens. Outside, the void wreckage continued burning without sound. Omegon did not raise his spear. Voss could shoot. He knew he could. The bolt would strike. It might not kill. It might not even wound. But it would be an answer, crude and human, and his own. His hand shook, not from fear, from the realization that firing would be exactly the sort of act the Hydra had already calculated. He lowered the weapon. Omegon's silence felt like victory, though he gave no sign of taking it. The projection above his palm shifted again. The galaxy vanished. The great rift appeared, a wound of impossible color and ravenous dark. Along its edge, a route opened and closed, stitched through storms no navigator should survive. At the route's far end glowed a point hidden behind dead systems, false cartographs, and interdiction seals older than most sectors. "What is that?" Voss asked. "A survival archive?" Krail frowned. "Imperial?" "Older than the name you give the Imperium. One of many seeded contingencies. Gene vaults. STC fragments, strategic memories, forbidden biological reserves, records of wars erased before they could become precedent, enough to rebuild a fragment of mankind if the wider species collapses, enough to doom mankind if opened by the wrong hands. Voss stared at the glowing point. Who knows of it? Too many now. The projection filled with Hydra ciphers, some pure, some corrupted, some warped into shapes that hurt to look at. A Chaos war host has obtained Alpha Legion gene ciphers, Omegon said. Not copies, living keys, blood and code taken from my sons. They are using them to open a route through the Great Rift. If they reach the archive, they will not merely destroy it, they will rewrite it. They will turn one of the Emperor's last contingencies into a womb for the long war. Voss looked up at him. The war host serves which god? All of them, at first glance. None of them, at the root. It wears the Hydra because the Hydra opens doors others cannot see. Alpha Legion? Once. The word made the bridge colder. Krail's voice was harsh. And you want us to stop them? No, Omegon said. I want you to understand why you will help me stop them. Voss almost smiled. There was no humor in it. And if I refuse? Omegon closed his gauntlet. The projection died. Then you will die loyal and ignorant after all. The ship groaned. Far away, something exploded in the lower decks. The bridge lights dimmed, returned, dimmed again. Voss looked at the corpse machine around him, at the dead officers, at Krail's hatred, at the Primarch who called himself necessary, at the void beyond, where loyal ships and traitor ships burned in the same grave because one monster had decided that was the price of a world's survival. He thought of the Emperor's dream. He thought of the Imperium that had buried it beneath 10,000 years of prayer and blood. Then he thought of a hidden archive waiting in the dark, and a war host wearing the Hydra's stolen skin. Show me the route, Voss said. Omegon's answer was softer than mercy. No. First, I show you what they did to my sons. Carthag's trinary did not fall as a world fell. It fell as a system learned to butcher itself in perfect order. From the wounded bridge of the Misericorde of Iron, Kael Voss watched 3 planetary bodies turn beneath a veil of war. Carthag's prime was a hive world so swollen with mankind that its continents could no longer be seen beneath armor glass, hab stacks, exhaust cathedrals, defense grids, and cities piled upon the bones of older cities. Its atmosphere was brown with industry and red with orbital fire. Carthag's Secundus, the forge moon, circled it like a rusted weapon, its manufactorum rings blazing with plasma discharge, its orbital elevators severed and hanging in the void as tangled chains of metal many kilometers long. Carthag's Mortua, the cemetery planet, lay farther out, pale and silent, a world of graves converted by necessity into a munition depot. Its tomb continents cracked open to make room for shell vaults, macro round silos, promethium oceans, and corpse-rendered fertilizer for wars not yet declared. The trinary had been chosen because it was useful. That was the first lesson Voss had learned from Omegon, and the one he hated most. Worlds did not matter because they were sacred. Men did not matter because they were loyal. Nothing mattered until it became leverage. Carthag's prime held billions of civilians trapped behind failing void shields and administratum evacuation schedules that had stopped resembling mercy weeks ago. Carthag's Secundus still produced ammunition, even while half its forged temples burned and the other half sang corrupted Binharik to demon-bound machine spirits. Carthag's Mortua housed the hidden coordinate locks to the survival archive Omegon had spoken of, buried beneath catacombs, shell magazines, and the fossilized dead of 100 forgotten campaigns. The veiled congregation had come for Mortua. They wore the Hydra. That had nearly broken Voss's understanding of the war before the first shot was fired. The enemy bore Alpha Legion markings, used Alpha Legion ciphers, spoke in layered battle cant, and moved through the hidden threads of Protocol Tenebrae like a knife through exposed nerves. Yet they were not Omegon's sons in any clean sense. They were the corrupted remainder of cells that had gone too deep, warbands that had worn deceit until it became worship, and false loyalists whose oaths had been rewritten by the architect of fate. They claimed to be the true Alpha Legion, the loyal blade hidden beyond Omegon's failing hand. They claimed the Emperor's war could only be won by surrendering its authorship to change itself. The lie was elegant. That made it dangerous. The campaign began in orbit. Naval battle groups burned above Carthax Prime in layers. Imperial cruisers rolled under torpedo impact. Chaos raiders broke apart beneath lance fire. Macro shells crossed the dark in streams of cold metal and sun-bright detonations. Boarding torpedoes punched through hulls, vomiting armsmen, heretic marines, murder servitors, and Alpha Legion kill teams into corridors slick with coolant and blood. Ships died slowly. Ships died screaming through Vox channels. Ships died when their plasma drives split them open from within, turning thousands of crewmen into brief shadows painted on bulkheads before those bulkheads became vapor. Below, the Hive War devoured distance. Tens of millions of guardsmen held the outer trench continents of Carthax Prime, while the sky rained ash, wreckage, and fragments of men who had been fighting in orbit an hour before. The Astra Militarum advanced by ledger, kilometer, corpse, and shell. Infantry regiments in mud-colored greatcoats climbed from firing steps and crossed killing fields under banners stiff with soot. Lasgun volleys lit the smoke in red sheets, cutting into cult mobs that came chanting through poison fog. Men in feathered masks, brass masks, no masks, and faces stitched into smiles burst under disciplined fire, their bodies becoming steaming piles that the next wave climbed over without pause. Basilisk batteries fired from behind the 12th defense belt until their barrels glowed the color of forge iron. Their shells passed overhead like the judgment of blind gods and fell into hive districts already packed with refugees, traitors, militia, corpse carts, and broken armor. Whole streets vanished. Towers folded in upon themselves. Hab blocks split open and poured bodies in thick avalanches. The dead lay so densely in some avenues that chimeras and Lehman Russ tanks rode upon them as upon corduroy roads, treads grinding skulls, ribs, helmets, ration tins, hands, and prayer beads into black paste. Baneblade squadrons advanced through the avenues of St. Collis Gate, their hulls daubed in ash blessings, their commanders screaming orders from cupolas under airburst fire. One super-heavy tank took a demon engine's harpoon chain through the glacis plate. The chain was barbed with hooks made from human femurs and wrapped around 100 living captives dragged behind the engine like screaming pennants. When the engine reversed, the Baneblade lurched forward, its crew trapped inside as the chain tightened and pulled men beneath its treads. The commander stayed upright long enough to fire the main cannon into the demon engine's open maw. The blast cored the beast, showering the street with burning meat, brass ribs, and half-digested prisoners still alive enough to scream until the Prometheum caught them. On Carthax Secundus, the Mechanicus War was less human and more obscene. Legio Cybernetica cohorts marched beneath scrap code storms, their battle automata firing phosphor and plasma into manufactorum shadows where cult magi wore hydra masks over faces replaced by turning clocks. Castellan robots crushed heretic Skitari beneath iron feet. Cataphron servitors dragged heavy weapons through fields of twitching cable growth. Night households strode through refinery districts, ion shields flaring as demon shells burst against them. One knight-errant took a drill-limbed demon engine through the waste and spent its last reactor breath driving a thermal cannon into the thing's chest. Both machines died locked together, sinking into a river of molten slag like duelists dragged into hell by their own pride. And through all of it, the Alpha Legion moved unseen, not as saviors, not as allies, as the Hinge. A Munitorum Logisticians conclave on Carthax Prime died at breakfast when every spoon on the high table released a colorless toxin activated by recaf heat. Their replacements received altered orders, written in their own command hand, rerouting 3 artillery regiments away from the wrong front and toward a valley the veiled congregation believed undefended. Ammunition lots shipped to traitor cultists arrived with propellant impurities that caused every 4th autogun to burst in its owner's hands. Martyr sermons printed for loyal Hive militia were replaced with near-identical versions containing 3 altered lines. Those lines moved 200,000 men from a doomed evacuation stair into the path of a chaos breakthrough, where they died slowly enough to stall the advance until the Baneblades arrived. Artillery maps changed overnight. The Guard did not know why their shells began landing with impossible accuracy. The Iron Priests of the Forge Moon did not know why a reactor vent opened beneath a congregation of false Hydra preachers at the exact moment they invoked the Changer. The veiled congregation did not know why every victory pulled them deeper into the range of guns they had already marked as destroyed. Voss knew. That was the punishment. He stood beside Omegon inside the strategium of a stolen Void assault vessel, watching the campaign unfold as a lattice of probabilities, betrayals, casualty estimates, and acceptable horrors. The Primarch's armor was repaired, but not restored. One pauldron still bore the scar where Warsmith Thane's claw had torn its scale. The wound had been left visible. Voss did not know whether it was defiance, memory, or simply because Omegon did not care to pretend he was untouched. Krail stood behind Voss with a squad of black-armored stormtroopers who no longer pretended their weapons could decide anything in the Primarch's presence. "You are feeding them men," Krail said. Omegon did not turn. "Yes. They think they are being evacuated. They are being positioned. They are civilians. They are mass." Voss closed his eyes for a moment. He could hear Krail's breathing change. The Tempester wanted to fire. Every honest part of him wanted to die trying to punish that sentence. Voss opened his eyes again. On the hololith, a vast crowd moved through the pilgrim causeways of Carthax Prime toward evacuation landers that had already been condemned. Millions of civilians pressed forward beneath loudspeaker hymns and Arbites guns. The veiled congregation had infiltrated the evacuation clerks, hoping to turn the landers into infection ships bound for neighboring systems. Omegon had allowed the process to continue until the cult cells revealed themselves. Then he changed one martyr sermon, altered one flight priority, and locked the launch doors. The landers lifted empty. The causeways remained full. Chaos armor descended upon the evacuation fields and found the largest concentration of human bodies on the continent waiting beneath pre-sighted Imperial guns. The shelling lasted 40 minutes. When it ended, the cult spearhead was gone, and so were the refugees. Voss could not look away. "You saved the neighboring systems," he said, hating himself for understanding. "I prevented a larger failure. You murdered them. I spent them. That distinction exists only in your mouth." Omegon finally looked at him. "No, it exists in every command throne in this galaxy. I am merely impolite enough to speak it aloud." The decapitation strike began after the 3rd orbital night. The cathedral fortress of St. Kairos the Unburned rose from the northern spine of Carthax Prime, a mountain of black stone, adamantium ribs, stained glass tenements, and macro cannon towers. It had been a shrine once, then a fortress, then a refugee bastion. Now it was the throat of the veiled congregation. Inside its nave, a Lord Discordant named Malvek Thrice Veiled had fused an astropathic choir into a screaming warp gate. The choir had been wired into the cathedral's saint engine, their bodies stretched from brass frames, their skulls opened, their nerves braided through vox relays and demon circuitry. Each astropath screamed a different possible future. The combined sound tore at reality. If the ritual completed, the congregation would open a path not merely through the warp, but through the corrupted Alpha Legion ciphers taken from Omegon's captured sons. It would reach Mortua. It would reach the archive. Omegon led the strike personally. Voss went with him because refusal had ceased to be meaningful. They entered through the ossuary foundations under cover of an artillery barrage that killed 3 loyal regiments whose commanders believed they were attacking the cathedral walls. Alpha Legion operatives moved ahead in silence, killing wardens, cult sentries, and demon-bound servitors with knives, suppressed bolters, and venom darts. Voss followed with Krail and 6 stormtroopers, stepping over bodies that had died without knowing which side murdered them. The cathedral interior was a slaughterhouse disguised as revelation. Cult armies packed the lower aisles, chanting beneath banners stitched from stolen Alpha Legion cloaks and human skin. Demon engines crouched between pillars, their backs mounted with organ guns made from living throats. Chains of captives hung from their hulls, dragged whenever the engines moved, leaving trails of torn fingers and kneecaps across the stone. Heretic Astartes in Hydra, marked plate, stood among the congregation, their armor painted with false loyalty oaths and Zinchian eyes that blinked wetly from ceramite. The first volley came from above. Alpha Legion snipers fired from the clear-story shadows, taking the cult preachers through the head. Skulls burst, masks spun away with faces still inside them. Then the stormtroopers opened fire from the lower arch. Hellguns burned red lines through the crowd. Cultists fell in heaps, robes igniting, torsos punctured, limbs cut away. They surged forward anyway, screaming that the Hydra had many truths, and all of them devoured. Krail met them with a chain blade, the teeth clogged within minutes. Meat and robe fiber jammed between the blades, forcing him to tear the weapon free by brute strength after each cut. He opened bellies, split faces, hacked arms from shoulders, and used his augmetic fist when the blade stuttered. A cultist leapt onto him with a crack charge bound to his chest. Krail caught him by the throat and hurled him over a railing into the mob below. The explosion painted the pillars with viscera. Voss fired until his bolt pistol ran dry. He saw a heretic Astartes take 3 hellgun beams to the chest and keep coming. He reloaded with hands slick from someone else's blood. His next bolt struck the warrior in the neck, seal, and detonated. The Chaos Marine's head snapped sideways, half attached by cable and meat, black blood fountaining as he fell. Then Omegon entered the nave. The battle changed shape around him. He did not roar a challenge. He did not raise a banner. He walked through the congregation as if he had already killed it in thought and merely needed reality to catch up. The pale spear unfolded in his hand, its edges catching the warp light and turning it sickly green. A possessed champion lunged at him, armor splitting as tentacles and beaked mouths erupted from its torso. Omegon struck once. The spear passed through the creature's chest and left a bloodless hole rimmed in black vapor. The mouth screamed as the body dissolved around the wound, flesh becoming oily smoke that rose and vanished before touching the ceiling. Even Chaos Marines recoiled. Voss saw it. The moment was small, almost invisible beneath the larger carnage, but it mattered. They were not afraid of death. They had given themselves to powers that made death negotiable. They were afraid of removal, of being cut in a way that left nothing for their gods to claim. Omegon used the weapon sparingly. That made each stroke worse. He killed only what barred the path. A sorcerer raising a ward circle lost his heart, lungs and spine in one thrust, the center of his body erased, while arms and head fell separately in a wet collapse. A demon engine snapped at him with jaws made from cathedral bells and butcher hooks. Omegon stepped beneath the bite and drove the spear into its throat furnace. The engine convulsed, vomiting flame, chains, captives, and molten teeth across the nave before collapsing in on itself like a dying forge. At the altar, Malvek thrice veiled awaited him. The Lord Discordant was fused to a machine beast of brass and bone, his lower body swallowed by demon engine plating, his arms multiplied by mechanical limbs tipped with injector claws, saws, and cable whips. Around him, the astropathic choir screamed from their frames. Their open skulls shone with blue fire. The warp gate behind them pulsed like an eye trying to open inside the world. "You came," Malvek said through a dozen Vox throats. "Of course you came. Deceit follows deceit. You were always ours, Hydra Father. You belong to the lie." Omegon advanced across a carpet of bodies. A demon face pushed through the forming gate, vast and avian, crowned with horns of blue flame and eyes like broken prophecy. "He belongs to deceit," it crooned. "Every hidden knife, every false oath, every brother murdered in secret, every world burned to preserve a future that will never thank him. He is ours by nature, if not by worship." Omegon stopped before the altar. "No," he said, "deceit belongs to me." The spear struck the floor. Alpha Legion charges detonated throughout the cathedral in perfect sequence. Not enough to destroy it, enough to collapse the ritual geometry. Pylons cracked, choir frames tore free, Vox relays burst, the warp gate screamed as its shape lost coherence. Malvek attacked. His machine beast surged down the altar steps, claws striking sparks from stone, cable whips snapping around Omegon's armor. One injector claw punched into the Primarch's side and released warp venom. Omegon caught the limb, broke it, and pulled. The entire mechanism tore free in a shower of black oil and demon blood. Malvek howled through every throat. Voss felt the scream inside his bones. Krail and the stormtroopers fired into the choir frames, killing astropaths because mercy had become identical to sabotage. Voss shot one whose face still looked human. The bolt round burst the skull and ended the scream. He told himself it was mercy. He did not believe himself. Omegon drove Saracenata through Malvek's central torso. The Lord Discordant froze. The wound did not bleed. It smoked. The black vapor spread outward, eating corrupted flesh, brass ribs, warp engines, and the demon-bound heart pulsing beneath the armor. Malvek tried to speak, but his mouths vanished one by one. His many eyes rolled toward the gate, as if asking the god behind it for rescue. None came quickly enough. The gate collapsed. The backlash tore the cathedral open from altar to vault. Stained glass exploded outward. Pillars cracked. Cultists were lifted screaming into the air and turned inside out by pressure that had no direction. The demon face behind the breach folded into itself, laughing or shrieking, as reality sealed over it like scar tissue. When the dust settled, the cathedral fortress burned. Carthax Prime still raged. Carthax Secundus still screamed. The void still flashed with ship death. But the path through the great rift had been denied for the moment. Then Carthax Mortua answered, not with a Vox signal, with an earthquake. Across the cemetery planet, grave continents split along ancient seams. Munition vaults opened beneath mausoleums. Tomb cities sank into the dust. From orbit, Voss saw lines of pale light burning through the dead world's crust in the shape of a lock no human culture had ever designed and no Xenos had been permitted to record. The Alpha Legion ciphers stolen by the Veiled Congregation had not opened the archive, but the failed attempt had awakened its outer warding. Omegon stood beside him in the ruined cathedral's command pulpit as the picked feed clarified. Beneath Carthax Mortua lay impossible chambers, gene vaults arranged in concentric sanctums, each one sealed behind mechanisms older than the ecclesiarchy and colder than Mechanicus worship. STC fragments suspended inside stasis reliquaries, their surfaces marked with warning glyphs from the Great Crusade. Weapons schematics, colony protocols, biological reserves, strategic memories, caches of uncorrupted human lineage, records of the Emperor's pre-heresy contingencies, written before the Imperium learned to call ignorance holy. Voss stared at the hidden salvation beneath a planet of graves. Krail whispered a curse. Omegon said nothing. Then the deepest vault opened from within. The first betrayal came without warning. because warning would have been an act of mercy. An Alpha Legionary standing beside Voss in the cemetery dust of Carthax Mortua turned his bolter on another warrior, wearing the same colors, the same Hydra mark, the same oath scars cut into the ceramite beneath the left pauldron. The shot was close enough that the detonation did not sound like gunfire. It sounded like a body becoming a door kicked open from within. The victim's helm burst at the side, lenses and cheek plate blown outward in a fan of armor shards, teeth, black blood, and pale brain matter. He dropped to one knee, then forward, fingers clawing trenches into the dust, before whatever remained of his nervous system accepted the death. No one shouted, no one asked why. The killer fired again, but the third Alpha Legionary in the line had already moved. His combat blade slid through the shooter's elbow joint, parting the armor seal, then turned and punched under the gorget. The blade came out through the back of the helm in a dark spray. The killer tried to speak. Only blood came through the vox grill. Then a fourth warrior killed the third. Then the ridgeline opened with suppressed fire. Voss threw himself behind the broken plinth of a dead mausoleum as bolt shells chewed stone into dust around him. Krail landed beside him with a curse, hell pistol in one hand, chain blade in the other, his augmetic arm sparking from a glancing impact. Around them, the cemetery planet's surface had become a battlefield of identical monsters. Sea green armor, black scales, Hydra sigils, the same weapons, the same kill discipline, the same voices cutting across the vox in layered battle cant until the air itself seemed to speak treason. Alpha Legion contacts on the left ridge, Krail snapped. They are Alpha Legion on the right ridge as well, Voss said, and in front of us. Yes, Krail spat blood into the dust. Then which ones are ours? Voss looked over the plinth. A squad of Alpha Legionaries advanced through the grave markers in perfect formation, bolters raised, firing into another squad falling back through shattered ossuary gates. Both sides used the same hand signs. Both sides used the same authentication phrases. Both sides answered the challenges correctly and killed each other anyway. One warrior raised his left fist in the sign for loyal compliance. The warrior facing him replied with the countersign, then shot him through the chest at point-blank range. The bolt detonated inside the breastplate and blew the back of the armor open, throwing pieces of transhuman spine across a tomb wall engraved with the names of men long forgotten. Voss understood nothing. That was no longer unfamiliar. Omegon stood in the open, not because he was careless. Voss had learned. That carelessness was a human vice. Omegon stood there because the battlefield had been measured and found unable to kill him yet. Bolter rounds snapped toward him from 3 directions. Some missed because the shooters were dying. Some struck his armor and burst against artificer plate, scarring scale and edge. One round found a weakened seam and drew dark blood from beneath his left arm. The Primarch did not look at the wound. He looked at the killing. 3 Alpha Legion cells had reached Carthax Mortua by separate routes, each carrying authorization, each claiming direct continuity from Protocol Tenebrae, each certain the others had been compromised. One had come from the Forge Moon's sabotage lattice, one from the orbital wreckage of the fleet action, one from the crypt approaches beneath the cemetery world, where the archive's outer seals had begun to open like the ribs of a corpse under a butcher's hook. Each claimed loyalty, each had proof, each had orders to destroy the others if contradiction became unrecoverable. Voss felt the shape of it then, not fully, but enough to taste the horror. This was not an accident, not failure, not confusion that had exceeded command. This was design. Omegon had built his legion to survive corruption by making trust impossible. Cells tested cells. Lies hunted lies. Brothers exposed brothers. Any oath that endured too cleanly became suspect. Any victory without betrayal became incomplete. The Alpha Legion's greatest strength was also its hell. No brother could fully trust another. No triumph could remain pure. No order could be obeyed without also being interrogated. Every oath might be a weapon, and every weapon might be pointed inward before it was permitted to face the enemy. One of the Alpha legionaries near the mausoleum wall dragged a wounded brother by the ankle, leaving a smeared trail across the dust. The wounded warrior's lower body was gone below the hips, torn away by a crack charge. He still had a bolt pistol in one hand. He still aimed it at the warrior, trying to pull him clear. "Authentication," the wounded one demanded. The rescuer gave it. The wounded one fired anyway. The shot took the rescuer through the faceplate. The body fell backward, arms spread, fingers opening as though releasing an invisible burden. The dying half-warrior laughed once, then another bolt came from beyond the wall and ended him in a red splash. Krail watched with naked disgust. "Your Primarch made this." Voss did not answer. Omegon had heard. "Yes," the Primarch said across the Vox, though he had not turned toward them. "And it has endured longer than any clean brotherhood would have." "That is not brotherhood," Krail snarled. "No," Omegon said. "It is survival." The cemetery planet shook beneath them. Far beyond the ridge, the hidden archive continued to awaken. Pale light rose from cracks in the ground, cold and surgical, illuminating tomb fields, munition silos, and the black hulls of landing craft scattered like dead beetles across the ash plains. Beneath the world, vault doors older than the ecclesiarchy moved through their first motions in millennia. Gene vaults breathed sterile air. Stasis reliquaries hummed. Machines that had never heard the name of the Imperial Creed began asking for authorities that no longer existed. The veiled congregation answered with stolen voices. Their fleet emerged from the rift shadow in a slow procession of blasphemy. Hydra-marked cruisers came first, their hulls painted in Alpha Legion colors, but warped with eye sigils that opened and closed along the armor plating. Behind them came strike craft, troop barges, corrupted escorts, and hollowed pilgrim ships turned into carriers for cult armies. Thousands of Alpha legionaries stood within those holds, or things close enough that the distinction would only matter to the dead. Some wore uncorrupted plate. Some bore small signs of devotion hidden beneath oath strips. Some had allowed warp change to flower across their armor in subtle ways. A lens that blinked like an organic eye, a mouth where a Vox grill should be, a Hydra sigil whose heads shifted when unobserved. At their heart came the voice of Harrowmaster Sykar Lethrax. It entered every channel on the planet, every open Vox, every suit receptor, every damaged servo skull still capable of receiving. It was smooth, controlled, almost beautiful in its calm. That made it more hateful. "Hydra Dominatus," the voice said. "Sons of the 20th, hear me. The final lie is ended. The Father in Shadow has failed you. The Emperor is dead. The Imperium is rot. Chaos is not the enemy. Chaos is the sea, and we are the creatures who learn to breathe beneath it." An Alpha legionary fighting near the archive gate paused. His opponent shot him through the knee, then through the head. Lethrax continued. "We have followed the old design to its conclusion. False treason, false loyalty, false damnation. We have killed for a corpse dream and called it obedience. We have served shadows so long that some among you still mistake darkness for purpose. No longer. The great rift has opened the galaxy's throat. The gods have shown us the truth the Primarch would not speak. We do not defeat the warp. We become the hand that directs it." The veiled congregation began landing. Dropcraft screamed through the thin cemetery atmosphere, trailing blue fire and flak bursts. Some were shot apart by loyal guns, or Alpha Legion guns, or guns whose allegiance had become meaningless. Others struck the dust and opened like wounds. Cult armies poured out first, chanting in Hydracant, corrupted by Tzinchian cadence. They carried autoguns, chain blades, ritual knives, stolen guard standards, and banners painted with the Emperor's face, split into a many-eyed serpent. Behind them came heretic Astartes in Hydra plate, moving with Legion discipline and warp confidence. Then the Civil War became a massacre. Identical voices called the same battle commands. Advance by scale. Cut the left head. Deny confirmation. Hydra Dominatus. Hydra Dominatus. Hydra Dominatus. The words lost all meaning and became percussion beneath the bolter storm. Voss saw warriors die, not knowing whether they had killed traitors or brothers. 2 Alpha Legionaries grappled in the dust, each with a hand around the other's throat. One drove a power dagger into the other's eye lens, twisting until the helm filled with red light and black blood. The dying warrior pressed a venom sphere against his killer's chest seal and crushed it with the last strength in his fingers. The crystal toxin hissed through the armor breach. The killer convulsed, veins blackening beneath his throat seals, and collapsed beside the corpse he had made. A power fist took another warrior's head. There was no drama in it. The fist closed around the helm and crushed. Ceramite folded, bone pulped, brain matter and lens glass squeezed between the fingers in a wet fan. The headless body stood for a moment, bolter still firing on reflex, then fell backward into an open grave filled with rusted artillery shells. Krail fought like a man who had stopped expecting survival to matter. He shot a cultist through the pelvis, kicked the screaming body aside, then drove his chain blade into the throat of a Hydra marked heretic whose armor had sprouted feathers of blue flame. The teeth clogged on robe fiber and meat. Krail swore, abandoned the blade, drew his hell pistol, and fired into the warrior's helm until the head came apart in pieces. Voss was not a space marine. The battlefield reminded him with every breath. He moved from cover to cover, firing only when targets came close enough to make uncertainty irrelevant. A cultist vaulted a tomb wall and swung a chain axe at his skull. Voss ducked, put his bolt pistol under the man's jaw, and fired. The top of the cultist's head vanished, spraying hot matter across Voss's coat. Another came behind him, screaming about the true Hydra. Krail shot that one in the spine. "Move!" Krail barked. They moved. Omegon advanced toward the landing zone. The Alpha Legion split before him. Some rallied, some attacked, some knelt and were killed by those behind them. He did not plead with them. He did not call them sons. He did not ask them to remember ancient oaths, or the Emperor's war, or the purpose buried beneath 10,000 years of deception. He came as an executioner, and every warrior who faced him learned the difference between a Primarch and a legend too late to benefit from the education. Sarisanata killed sparingly, as always. Its first stroke removed the center from a corrupted champion whose armor bore the names of loyalist worlds burned in secret. The wound left no blood, only a hole edged by black vapor. The champion staggered, looked down through his own absence, and collapsed in 2 halves when his spine remembered it no longer existed. The second stroke pierced a sorcerer's wards, his breastplate, his hearts, and the demon familiar fused to his back. All 4 dissolved together, screaming in different voices. The third stroke touched the barrel of a heavy bolter, and the hands holding it. Metal, fingers, and forearms became smoke, leaving the gunner staring at stumps before Omegon crushed his skull with a backhanded blow. Harrowmaster Sikar Lethrax descended from the largest lander. He was enormous for an Astartes, though still lesser beside the Primarch. His armor was magnificent in the way disease can be magnificent beneath a microscope. Sea green plate overlaid with shifting sigils. Hydra heads coiling across the chest, their eyes blinking. A cloak made from strips of flayed banners. A helm crested with a serpent whose many mouths whispered through independent vox grills. He carried a power glaive in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other. Around him marched his chosen, thousands of corrupted Alpha Legionaries moving in disciplined ranks, not frothing, not berserk, not broken. That was the true horror. They had not fallen into madness. They had reasoned their way into damnation. The battlefield seemed to bend around the meeting. Omegon stopped before Lethrax amid falling ash and bolt fire. The Harrowmaster removed his helm. His face was pale, handsome in the old Legion way, except that one eye had become a blue jewel, turning slowly in its socket. Warp script moved beneath the skin of his cheeks, like worms under parchment. "My lord," Lethrax said. Omegon said nothing. "I wondered which name you would wear for this." Silence. Lethrax smiled. Still no answer. Still the father of omissions. We bled for the silence. We killed brothers for the silence. We swallowed lie after lie until our souls learned to digest them. You taught us that truth was a tool. You taught us that loyalty could wear any mask. Do you condemn us now for becoming perfect students? You are not perfect, Omegon said. You are available. The smile faded. Lethrax lifted his glaive toward the burning sky. We followed the lie until it became truth. Omegon's reply was immediate. Then you are no longer useful. The duel began without signal. Lethrax was fast, faster than Voss expected, faster than any corrupted thing that Large should have been. His glaive came around in a blur of power field light, striking Saracenata's haft with force that cracked the cemetery stone beneath both warriors. Warp flame crawled along the blade. Omegon turned the strike, stepped inside the reach, and drove an elbow into the Harrowmaster's breastplate. The impact dented Ceramite and sent Lethrax skidding backward through 3 of his own warriors. They caught him. He killed them for touching him. His bolt pistol came up and fired into Omegon's chest at close range. Shells burst against artificer plate, staggering but not piercing. Omegon advanced through the impacts. Lethrax discarded the empty pistol and reached with his free hand. Blue fire erupted from his palm, not sorcery in the crude sense, but weaponized probability. The air around Omegon fractured into possible wounds. Omegon stepped through the least fatal future. The flame took 3 Alpha Legionaries behind him instead. 1 loyal, 2 corrupted. All died burning from the inside, armor seals venting steam and cooked blood. Voss saw the pattern then. Omegon was not trying to save his loyal sons from the corrupted. He was cutting away both whenever the shape required it. A clean legion would have tried to preserve itself. Omegon's legion had never been allowed that weakness. Lethrax charged again. Saracenata took his left arm at the shoulder. The limb vanished into black vapor before it hit the ground. Lethrax did not scream. He laughed, and the laugh came through every Vox channel in the battlefield. "Look at him," the Harrowmaster called. "Look at your father. He kills you because he cannot trust you. He damns you because he fears damnation. He calls himself loyal because the word costs nothing when no one lives to test it." Omegon drove the spear through Lethrax's abdomen. The Harrowmaster coughed blood. It ran black over his chin. He leaned closer, impaled and smiling. "Tell them, my lord. Tell them the truth. Are we traitors because we changed, or because we stopped pretending not to?" Omegon twisted the spear. Lethrax's lower body dissolved from the wound outward. His armor smoked. His face changed at last, pain cutting through performance. "You were traitors," Omegon said, "because you surrendered authorship." He tore the spear free. Lethrax fell in pieces. For 1 heartbeat, the veiled congregation faltered. Omegon used it to murder them. "Execute blind Hydra," he said. The order went out across channels Voss had not known existed. Above Carthax Mortua, an entire Alpha Legion fleet element received its death sentence. Voss saw the tactical feed flicker on his cracked wrist display. Hydra-marked escorts and strike cruisers were locked in boarding actions with veiled congregation vessels near the cemetery planet's orbital spine. Some were still loyal to Omegon. Some were corrupted. Some had both aboard, fighting deck by deck through armories, chapels, engine sanctums, and corpse holds. There was no way to separate them, no way to recover the clean from the tainted before the congregation seized their codes, their gene locks, their living keys. Omegon did not attempt it. Remote kill rights activated, reactors overloaded in sequence, magazine vaults open to fire, plasma drives screamed past containment, ships bearing loyal sons and corrupted sons alike lit from within and split across the void. The explosions were beautiful from the ground, false stars blooming above a cemetery world already too full of the dead. Thousands of Alpha Legionaries died in those moments, some fighting chaos, some serving it, some still unsure which name applied to the warrior in front of them. Krail stared upward, face lit by orbital fire. "Throne," he whispered. "He killed them all." Voss watched Omegon stand beneath the burning sky. No triumph, no grief, no hesitation. The Primarch had cut away a limb to stop infection from reaching the heart, and if the limb still had fingers folded in prayer, that did not matter to the knife. The veiled congregation broke. Not entirely. Nothing in the 41st millennium ended so cleanly, but its landing force shattered under the loss of command and orbit. Loyalist guns found their range. Alpha Legion cells that had survived the internal culling turned outward with sudden, murderous unity. The cemetery fields became killing grounds. Cultists ran through grave dust, while bolter rounds detonated their backs. Corrupted legionaries died in silent clusters beneath crossfire planned before their landers touched the world. Venom spheres burst inside sealed helms. Power daggers found eye lenses. Grenades rolled into trenches, packed with wounded, and made red steam of them. Voss walked through the aftermath toward Omegon. He passed Alpha Legionaries executing the injured. He could not tell which injured were loyal and which were corrupted. He suspected they could not either, not always. That was why they killed them all. One wounded warrior reached for Voss's boot. His helm was gone. His face was young for an Astartes, if such a thing had meaning. One eye remained. The other was a hole full of blood. He wore the Hydra on his chest. "Interrogator," he rasped. Voss aimed his pistol. The warrior smiled with broken teeth. "Hydra Dominatus." "Which Hydra?" Voss asked. The warrior laughed. Voss shot him before the laugh could become an answer. He reached Omegon as the last of the fleet element burned overhead. The Primarch looked toward the opened vault fissures leading down into Carthax Mortua's hidden archive. Pale light rose from below, clean and terrible, untouched by the carnage above it. Behind them, the battlefield steamed. Ahead of them waited whatever the Emperor had buried for a future too desperate to name. Voss finally understood. Not forgiveness, not agreement, not loyalty. Understanding. The Alpha Legion was still loyal because Omegon had made loyalty indistinguishable from damnation. He had built a legion that could survive lies only by becoming more monstrous than the lies meant to corrupt it. He had ensured that any son who fell would be tested by another, and any son who remained pure would be killed if purity endangered the design. He had made brotherhood into a trap, obedience into a cipher, and treachery into the mask that loyalty wore when the galaxy no longer deserved to see its face. Voss looked at the Primarch and saw no savior, only the Emperor's most faithful monster standing knee-deep in the blood of his own sons. The dead world opened its mouth, and the galaxy screamed through it. Carthax Mortua had been built from graves before the Imperium remembered why it needed so many. Its continents were ossuaries beneath pale dust, its mountains hollowed into munition vaults, its valleys paved with name slabs worn smooth by wind and war. Armies had been buried there by regiment, by crusade, by species, by administrative convenience. Men who had died under banners no longer recognized by the Departamento Munitorum lay beside warriors erased from history. Shells slept beneath saints. Promethean oceans rested under mausoleums. Gene vaults older than the Imperial Creed waited below corpse clay and black stone. Now the planet's dead rose in obedience to a stolen code. They came first as tremors under the cemetery fields, then as hands breaking through dust, rotten fingers, bone claws, gauntlets still locked around rusted lasguns, faces with no eyes, opened mouths packed with grave soil, and spoken voices that were not their own. Blue fire burned in rib cages. Ancient uniforms split as bodies swelled with warp pressure. The dead did not stand like men waking. They unfolded like things assembled wrongly from meat,
grave wax, armor scraps, and memory. Some wore flak coats fused into their skin. Some dragged artillery chains still looped around their legs from when they had been buried beside the guns they served. Some had skulls cracked open and filled with flickering witchlight. Above them, the warp breach widened. It opened beneath the cemetery world's archive, deep below the surface, where the outer vault doors had split apart and revealed corridors of impossible age. The veiled congregation had not reached the heart of the archive, but they had reached its throat. With stolen Alpha Legion gene ciphers and the blood of captured Hydra sons, they had taught the wards to listen to the wrong voices. The breach grew inside the access catacombs, a wound of blue flame and blackness, threaded with silver lies. It pulsed with laughter. Each pulse made the dead rise faster. Voss descended with the remnants of 3 wars at his back. No alliance was declared, no oath was shared, no commander accepted another's authority. Imperial Guard survivors from shattered Carthax regiments stumbled into the vault approaches, with bayonets fixed and faces grey from ash. Alpha Legion kill teams moved beside them and did not acknowledge their presence. Inquisitorial stormtroopers, under Krail's command, held the center. Black armor cracked, hell guns recharged from scavenged packs, faith reduced to trigger discipline. Renegade armor crews, traitors to one master and enemies to another, drove half-crippled chimeras down mausoleum ramps, firing multi-lacers into the dead because no living side trusted them enough to let them stop. They fought together because the tunnels were too narrow for separate damnations. The dead came in waves. Laser volleys turned the first ranks into steaming ruin. Bodies burst open under concentrated fire, grave fluid and blue flame spraying across the stone. Some fell. Others dragged themselves forward with blown-apart torsos, fingernails scraping sparks from the archive floor. A guardsman with no helmet and one ear missing shoved his bayonet through the face of a corpse wearing the same regimental badge as his own. The dead thing leaned closer along the blade and whispered his childhood name. He screamed and fired until the laser gun overheated in his hands. The corpse's skull split, but the whisper passed into the men beside him, and 3 of them turned their guns on themselves before Krail shot them down. "Eyes forward," Krail roared. "Ears closed. Kill what moves." "What of what speaks?" one trooper asked. "Especially what speaks." Voss fired until his bolt pistol locked empty, reloaded, and fired again. A meat puppet in officer's dress crawled over a barricade of ammunition crates, its chest open and full of tiny blue birds made from flame. The bolt round struck its sternum and detonated. The birds burst outward, each one screaming with a human voice as they burned through 3 guardsmen and an Alpha Legionary before dissolving into sparks. The Alpha Legionary did not fall at once. He stood long enough to place a venom sphere beneath his own gorget and crush it, killing whatever had entered him before it could use his blood. No, one thanked him. The tunnels sloped down into architecture that did not belong to the cemetery world. Smooth black walls, silver conduits, doors without hinges. Aquili from before worship had made them holy. Warning glyphs in military high Gothic, terse and absolute. Genetic quarantine, strategic reserve, human continuity. Authorization required from command entities no longer alive, no longer human, or never recorded in the histories permitted to survive. Voss saw STC fragments behind stasis glass as they passed. Not full systems, shards, enough to rebuild lost machines or start wars over possession. A plow engine, a water purifier, a void sealant pattern, a medical loom, a weapon schematic sealed behind red warnings and gene-keyed locks. Beyond another chamber, ranks of gene vault cylinders stood in pale light, each holding uncorrupted human lineage samples taken from populations that had died before the ecclesiarchy had a name. The archive was not treasure, it was accusation. Proof that the Emperor had planned for mankind to survive things his Imperium now refused to understand. Then the breach screamed again, and the clean corridors filled with corpses.
They burst through ventilation shafts. They clawed from drainage channels. They rose from under floor panels, where burial dust had seeped through cracks over millennia. Dead soldiers exploded into blue flame when shot too closely, taking living men with them. One guard sergeant beat his own dead grandfather's face apart with a rifle stock until both skull and weapon were paste. A renegade tanker was dragged screaming through a crack, too narrow for his shoulders, bones snapping one after another as the dead pulled him into the dark. His screams became laughter before they ended. The Alpha Legion kill teams cut a path with cold precision. Power daggers entered eye sockets. Suppressed bolters cracked in steady rhythm. Venom mists rolled through side tunnels, glittering under lumen light, dissolving the warp fire inside corpses faster than the meat around it. They did not fight to save the guard. They did not fight to protect Voss. They fought to preserve access routes and prevent encirclement. If Imperial soldiers stood in the wrong arc, they died with the dead. Krail saw it happen and said nothing. That silence told Voss how far they had all fallen. Omegon entered the archive alone. He did not take the central ramp. He did not move with the mixed column. Voss saw him only once at the threshold of the inner vault, a dark figure against pale archive light, spear in hand, armor scarred by the war above. Then he was gone through a door that sealed behind him without command. Beyond that door, the true killing began. Voss saw fragments through failing pict feeds and corrupted noospheric ghosts. Omegon moving through a hall of gene vaults, while possessed Alpha Legionaries crawled across the ceiling, limbs jointed backward, Hydra helms split open by beaks and laughing mouths. He cut them down without changing pace. One leapt from above, claws striking his backplate. The pale spear passed through its abdomen and left a bloodless absence rimmed with black vapor. The creature fell in two parts, both still trying to crawl after him until they dissolved. Sorcerous automata guarded the next chamber. They stood in ranks like rubricae without the thousand suns' colors, hollow armor animated by bound spells, each helm filled with dust, blue flame, and a stolen name. Bolter fire washed over Omegon. Rounds struck his armor and burst in sparks and torn scale. He crossed the distance through the fire. Saracenata opened the first automaton from crown to groin, releasing a shriek of trapped souls. He crushed the second's helm in one hand. He drove the spear through a third and into the fourth behind it, both suits vomiting smoke and silver dust as their enchantments failed. Mutant cult priests waited beneath the archive's central light well, their bodies swollen with scripture tumors, their hands replaced by bundles of quills that wrote prophecies into their own flesh. They chanted with tongues that forked, split, and multiplied. Each name of Alfarius they spoke became a blade in the air. Each lie given voice became a hook trying to catch the Primarch's soul. Omegon killed them without answering. One priest begged as the spear point touched his throat, not for life, for recognition. "Say we served you," it pleaded. "Say we understood." Omegon pushed the spear through the neck and into the spine. "You understood nothing." The inner vault ruptured. Voss felt it even from the outer corridor. Every lumen died. Every corpse stopped moving. Every living man heard a voice that sounded like his own, asking to be let inside. The demon came wearing a brother's shape. Not Alfarius, not truly, but the idea of him, bloated in the warp by 10,000 years of false names, stolen identities, dying confessions, Hydra oaths, contradictory loyalties, cult invocations, and the endless repetition of one man's name by warriors who had never known which man they served. It stood in the archive's heart, where the warp breach touched the deepest vault door. Its armor was green and blue and black, shifting like oil. Its face was bare, pale, beautiful, and wrong. Sometimes it was Alfarius, sometimes Omegon, sometimes every Alpha Legionary who had died claiming to be either. Hydra heads coiled from its shadow, whispering in voices of the dead. In one hand, It held a demon-forged Hydra blade, 3 edges spiraling around one another, each edge cutting a different layer of reality. "Brother," it said. Omegon stopped before it. Voss watched through a picked feed that should not have survived. The image tore and bled static, but the sound came clearly. "You are not he," Omegon said. "I am what remains of him where you buried him. I am every lie you fed the galaxy. I am every son who died wearing his name. I am every prayer made to the Hydra, every curse spat at it, every confession broken from your legion's throats. I am the truth that grew in the dark when you refused to speak one." The demon smiled with Alfarius's mouth. "Admit it. Admit you betrayed the Emperor. Admit you betrayed Horus. Admit you betrayed your sons, your brother, yourself. Say the word, and I will make you whole. I will give him back, not as memory, not as silence. Flesh, voice, soul, 2 bodies again, 1 purpose again." The warp breach widened behind it. Voss saw shapes moving beyond. Wings, eyes, crowns of flame, impossible stares spiraling into mouths. Omegon did not move. "Absolution," the demon whispered. "You have earned it." "No," Omegon said. The demon's smile faded. "I was never broken. I was divided for purpose." Then the Primarch struck. The duel tore the Archive heart apart. Pale spear met demon blade, and the collision shattered stasis glass across 3 vaults. Gene cylinders burst, spilling luminous fluid and curled human forms that had waited through ages only to die beneath the feet of demigods and lies. The demon blade cut Omegon's breastplate open, carving through scale, ceramite, and flesh beneath. Blood rose from the wound and vaporized before it could fall, taken by warp heat and turned to red mist. Omegon drove Saracenata through 1 Hydra shadow, and the thing became black smoke, screaming in 100 Alpha Legion voices. The demon laughed and became 3 figures, all Alfarius, all false. Omegon killed the leftmost with a thrown dagger that struck the eye and burst into venom flame. He took a cut from the second that opened his thigh to the bone. He caught the third by the throat and used it as a shield against the Hydra blade. The false body split apart, showering him in ash and stolen memories. The Archive shook. Dead soldiers in the outer tunnels exploded into blue flame all at once. Voss was hurled from his feet. Guardsmen vanished in fire. Stormtroopers burned inside their armor, screaming as their ammunition cooked off. Krail dragged Voss behind a collapsed vault pylon as warp flame rolled over them, melting the outer layer of his augmetic arm into dripping slag. "Your evidence," Krail coughed. Voss looked at the sealed inquisitorial cache mag locked to his belt. Inside it were the records: Terra, Pluto, Varax, Carthax, Protocol Tenebrae, Omegon's claim, the Alpha Legion's hidden war, enough to condemn sectors, enough to split crusades, enough to make inquisitors turn on chapters, chapters turn on fleets, fleets turn on worlds, enough to trigger civil war across multiple Imperial commands, already too strained to survive another truth. The Imperium would not understand. Worse, it would understand only part of it. Krail saw his face. "Do it," the Tempester said. Voss stared at him. Krail's expression was ruined by burns and blood, but his eye was clear. Not for him, for the throne. Some truths are ammunition for the enemy. Voss took the cache from his belt. Every instinct screamed against it. His whole life had been pursuit, record, confession, proof. The Inquisition existed to uncover the hidden rot and burn it out. Yet here, the hidden thing was not rot alone. It was rot wrapped around a load-bearing pillar, corruption tangled through a wall still holding back the night. He activated the Purge rune. The cache burned white in his hands. Data crystals cracked. Parchment flashed into ash. Memory wafers melted. Voss held it until the heat ate through his gauntlets and cooked the skin beneath. He did not let go until there was nothing left but slag. In the inner vault, Omegon drove the pale spear through the demon's chest.
The thing wearing Alfarius seized the haft with both hands. "You cannot kill me," it hissed. "I am your lie." Omegon stepped closer, armor split, blood smoking, one lens cracked and burning green. "No," he said. "You are its echo." He twisted the spear and drove it deeper, pinning the demon to the vault door. Echoes fade. The demon screamed. The Hydra blade fell from its hand and broke into blue fire. The warp breach convulsed, dragging at stone, flesh, gene vaults, corpses, and light. Omegon held the spear in place as the false Alfarius came apart, not bleeding, not burning, but unraveling into names. Thousands of names, false names, dead names, confessed names, stolen names. They spun around him like knives before Saracenata drank them into black vapor. The breach collapsed. The silence after was not peace. It was exhaustion so total, it resembled death. When Voss found Omegon, the Primarch stood alone in the ruined heart of the archive. Around him lay ruptured gene vaults, dead automata, shattered stasis reliquaries, and ash that had once been demons, brothers, children, possibilities. His armor was torn open in several places. Blood smoked from his wounds. The pale spear rested point down in the cracked floor. Voss raised his empty hands. "The evidence is gone." "I know. Then kill me." Omegon turned. Krail tried to step forward. His legs failed. He collapsed against the wall, weapon still in hand. Voss stood before the Primarch and waited. Omegon reached out. The gauntlet touched Voss's chest, just below the collarbone. Pain lanced through him, so sharp and cold that he could not scream. Something burned under his skin, not a brand on the flesh. Deeper, a cipher written into nerve, blood, and fate. Voss fell to his knees, clutching the place where the mark had entered him. "What did you do?" "Made you useful." Voss gasped through clenched teeth. "A witness and a weapon. I will hunt you. Yes. I will hate you. Yes. I will never serve you." Omegon looked past him, toward the sealed vaults and the dying lights of the archive. "You already serve the war." Above Carthax's mortua, in ships that had no right to receive signals, in cells buried inside imperial shrines, in chaos warbands where one warrior suddenly turned his blade on another, in administratum archives where dead cogitators woke long enough to print forbidden orders, in rogue trader holds, in prison moons, in anti-Hydra task forces, in vox static, dream fragments, gene locks, and the last breaths of dying operatives, a phrase passed through impossible channels. The Emperor's war continues. Voss heard it beneath his skin. Krail heard it through a broken vox. Across the galaxy, warriors in sea-green armor looked up from murder, sabotage, prayer, betrayal, and silence. The Hydra did not kneel. It did not ask forgiveness. It did not explain itself to the Empire that would have burned it for the truth and used the ash to warm its own ignorance. Omegon never needed the Imperium to know he was loyal. He only needed humanity to survive long enough for the last lie to become a weapon.